Okay, so let me just go around the room as I see folks. And if you could say you're here, that would be great. We're going to open up the December 15th meeting of the Guideline Subcommittee of the Finance Committee. Dean?
Is that me? Yeah, I'm here.
Mary?
Here.
Kathy?
Here.
E. Ortner?
Present.
Emrith?
Here.
Chris?
Here.
Eric?
Yeah.
Greg?
Here.
John?
Sorry.
Here.
And Ray?
Still here.
All right, I think we've got a quorum. Why don't we get started? We've got a number of agenda items on this plate, and I think we've got a regular Finance Committee meeting after this as well. So we'll get started here. Today, we're going to hear from the school committee. I think Jared's expected to join, but Lori's here as well. They're going to present their interim budget. They're still working through the final numbers, just like the town did a couple of weeks ago. And before I turn it over to Lori, I do want to call out, and Lori's going to go into a little bit more detail here, but there was a slight mistake in the calculation of the guidelines based on what the school committee shared with us in October. Long story short, what we used to calculate the guidelines was a slightly higher number than we should have used. And the reason that happened is because at last year's budget process, so at the town meeting, there was a number which off the top of my head, I don't remember, but Lori's got it in the details. That was about $240,000 or $250,000 higher than what the actual number ended up being, basically. And the number, the fiscal year 22 budget ended up for the regional high school being lower because they found they didn't find the wrong term, but there was excess money in their E&D account, which they said they could use to help lower the budget request for fiscal year 23. So what Lori and Jared have done is actually present the initial budget, the guidelines that should have been set, and then discuss kind of, where they're proposing to invest the money for fiscal year 23. So I just wanted to point that out. They're going to go into a little bit more detail. Apologize for that error, but why don't I turn it over to Lori and Jared to kick us off. And again, just like we did with the town, this is their first cut. While the school committees have looked at it, they still have to pressure test the budget. I think they're still in the process of looking at the requests, et cetera. Obviously, we'll provide our input. At the end of this, I'd like to, just like we've done the last couple of times, go around and get everybody's opinion. After which I will put forward a potential, propose, whatever we want to call it, one potential scenario, set of final guidelines, and would love to, get everybody's opinions and thoughts around what we ought to do with the final guidelines. Okay. Chris, anything else to add before we go to Lori and Jared?
Nope, I think that's a good intro.
All right, Lori, Jared, go ahead.
Great. Thank you, Jared. Do you want to share the slides? Thank you. So, Jared, go ahead to the next one and I'll just jump right in. We're here to bring you a very high level overview of the budgets that we presented to the school committee a week ago yesterday. And so initially we had planned to be here last week. We're here tonight. We were with Carlisle the other night, so everyone's getting their first eyes on the numbers, and then we'll take the feedback back to the school committee that's going to meet next week, and you can see the rest of the timeline aligns with the timing you're working on for lead up to town meeting. So it's our first round of discussions, and we're just glad to be here. So if you look at the chart here, this is the Concord request for the CPS budget. And what we've put together is the delta for you between the guideline, the preliminary guideline you issued of 2.7% and where we are now, which is overall 3 3.7, I want to get it exactly right, 3.78%. This is the delta between those two percentages. So it's about a 1% difference that we're off of each other. And you can see, I won't go through every category there. Of course, the bulk of it is salaries. We did have some deficit declines, special ed being one of note there to see that tuitions are down. But the overall delta right now is $486,848. Go ahead, Jared. So the region, as mentioned, requires a little more explanation. So we'll try to take what was already shared and just be sure we're all on the same page. The assessment for FY22 to Concord, this is only the Concord portion. In March, the school committee voted a number of $21,367,533. And then in late June, as we realized the surplus we were going to have closing out FY21, we applied 300,000. It has to go through a roundabout process into E&D and then into the budget as revenue. And then the delta then, Concord's portion of the difference between those two numbers and how the guidelines were formed is this 237,000. So that's just an important baseline difference to understand. Your guideline was based on one of those numbers, and we are looking at the increase based off of the other and trying to help be sure we're talking that through clearly tonight. So that's 237,000 because the guideline was based off of the June number and not the March number. So hopefully that helps clarify, and Jared will go to the next slide and we'll show you what the rest of the budget looks like.
Sorry, before you move on,
Sure.
did you say that you were going based on the 21,945 number, which is the second number there, not the 21,707?
So let me go to the next slide and you'll be able to, let me answer that in context, just so we all stay on the same page. Go ahead, Jared. So this slide is based on the lower assessment. And that would be the number that was voted in June rather than the one in March. And so the delta here has us 436,000 from the current guideline you said of 2.7%. If we were to use the other number, that goes down because the assessment would have started at a higher amount. Does that make sense in general? I think that's just an important key point. We don't go too fast and make sure everybody stays on track with us. Any questions on that before I keep going?
I just have a clarifying question. So you're basing the increase on what you finally approved for your budget, which is the lower number?
Yes. However, you're going to probably hear inferred through this is the ask that we would prefer it to be based on the other number. Because
So
of-
Okay,
let
that's
me-
gonna change the percentage
clarify
increase.
this.
Yeah, Parashar, take us through it. Yeah.
Let me try to clarify this.
I cannot, I'm sorry, I cannot see the numbers on this slide. Is there any way we can improve?
Jared can try to enlarge it.
These numbers are the same as the ones in the slides that Parashar sent out. This
Yeah.
slide is the same. There's other slides which appear to have changed, but this slide appears to be the same.
Yeah, so here's kind of what happened. If you take a look at the second column, fiscal year 22 appropriations here. When the school committee came, when the schools came in October and presented their cost estimates, that 24.376, I think was closer to 24.5, basically, okay? And that was the number that Lori said got approved back in March by the school committee. What the guidelines should have been set on, just like we did with the town, was the actual budget. And what you see here is the actual budget. So the analogy, if you think about it, is similar to what happened with the town, if you will, right? Now, remember, the town came in with their actual budget. They would like to add back in money for tier one, which got taken out in the last round, and are making that a part of their budget request. And the school committee and those schools are doing the same thing here, basically. They're basically saying, look, at the end of the day, our budget was reduced by $250,000 last year because we gave some of the money back. We'd like to build that into the next year's budget. What you see in front of you, that 436 doesn't have that built in. Does that is that clear? Amrit, you're shaking your head no. Help me.
No, I'm trying to reconcile. I looked at these numbers before, and the place where I'm running aground is on the previous slide, which is page number 4 of 14. There's two numbers which are listed as FY22 Concord assessment, and both of them are in the 21 million range,
Yeah, so
21.135.
here's the
Okay.
difference. Here's the difference. If you take the 24.3 and subtract the 3.2, that's
Okay.
where you get 21.
Okay,
And
thank you.
because the 21 number is only guideline spending. It doesn't include the debt assessment, which is in essence mandatory spending. That's the difference.
Understood. Thank you.
Probably we should have displayed it the other way with the to match this.
Okay, thank you.
Dee, you have a question?
I do. Lori or Jared, would you please explain where you have in the FY22 appropriation, the 300K E&D offset, and then in FY23, maybe I said 22, and then in FY23, you have an E&D offset of 600,000. Could you please just explain that a little bit, and then also tell us what is the total amount that you have in E&D?
Dee, can we just hold? I want to make sure everybody's okay on the question that was on the table, which is understanding the budget issue from how we set the guideline. Just want to make sure everybody's okay on that before we go to questions on the budget. Is that all right?
Fine.
Okay. Anybody else have a question on that? If not, we'll move to Dee's question.
Well, and Dee's question, I think will be answered in a minute or two, Dee, because
Okay.
we'll talk about that, okay?
Okay. Good.
I just want to clarify so the email that Carrie sent out that showed what the FY23 guideline increment would be for the town is correct, but for the high school, it's low from
Well,
what we're
it's
trying.
higher than it should be. This is the correct guideline amount that you have here. It's the 24.885 minus the 3.1, so.
No, well, the one she has is 21,135,593. I'm sorry, but it's lower than the email she sent out to us that showed the increment to the guideline that we used when we figured out what the impact to the property tax would be is using the lower number.
Right.
And that is correct.
Yeah.
Right.
Yes,
So, okay. So what we're doing now is we're saying that we're using a higher number. If we stick with the 2.7, for instance, we won't. But if we do, the impact of the property tax would in fact be higher.
Well, let me rephrase it. What you see in front of you is using the 21.135 number. Okay? And what the school would like us to do is use the higher number.
Right,
That's all.
right. And that would mean that the estimate we used for the impact on the property tax will in fact go up.
Yes.
That's
we-
correct. That's
yes.
correct, Mary. Right.
Good. Thank you.
So Dee, we're going to come to your question next. Let me just make sure everybody understands kind of the mistake that happened in that second column.
So Rasher, I have one more question.
Yeah.
So if I run down all the columns labeled G,
Yep.
FY23 preliminary guideline is 2.7% higher than FY22 appropriation number.
Yes, it should be.
What, I verified a couple of them, they are. So what is this 3179, this 3.179 million debt agreement? That is actuals, I assume?
So I don't know if it's actuals, Jared or Lori can tell us. what-
That is actual, so it's not in guidelines, so as you can see, the difference is 0 because there's no difference between what the guideline is for debt because it's not part of the guideline. So it's a decreased debt service.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay. Any other questions?
I just want to say one thing. I mean, Parashar, I don't think it was a mistake.
Well, in the conversations with Jared and Lori, what we wanted was the actual budget that was given to the budget units. And what was displayed in October wasn't the actual budget. It was a little bit higher, but it's water under the bridge
Okay, you mean in the projections?
in the projections we did
Okay.
last, yes,
Okay.
October, that's all.
Okay, but we based the guideline off the actual budget that was approved at town meeting, and that's what we would have intended to do.
We should have, no, I think we intended to base it on the actual budget, just like we did with the town and the CPS. Yeah, the budget change for the regional high school, that's all.
Okay, I'm not sure I get it, but okay.
Okay. Lori and Jared, back to you for that public service announcement.
Okay, thank you. All right, so I won't go through all the categories here either. This is the way it splits out for the high school so that you can see where that increase is coming from. Again, most of it is staff, of course. We had a little variation in some other spots, but nothing significant. I would say when we look at special ed, which is included in other, that had some significant movement. We had 3 students out of district additional, but there were other offsets in other places. So you can see the bottom line right now, again, based on the decreased assessment number that the guideline is based off of, is 436,414 delta between the current guideline and our proposed first superintendent's budget recommendation to the school committee. Okay. So I'm ready to move to the higher level.
Could we go back to my questions
Yeah, it's coming right here, Dee, on the next slide.
on the next slide? Okay,
We're coming to that.
Okay, if not, Dee, we'll be sure to.
okay.
So this is the, thematic piece of what played into the budget process this year. And I'll talk again at the 50,000 foot view and answer questions as you'd like to hear more. Special education being a significant driver, primarily because we're still building out those intensive programs we've spoken to you about. And so as we get ready to finish that process, we're looking at primarily middle school pieces that need to be added and a section at Alcott and a section at the high school. Of course, you all know this, the fluidity of the special ed tuitions, we are still generally trending down, which is great. CPS only has 14 kids out of district. The high school, a swing of 3 students. I don't think this surprises you, can be a $400,000 swing. Part of the goal of finishing the continuum is to be able to manage that and keep even more kids with us and cost save while we do right by the kids. You heard back when we were here in the fall, mental health, intervention, equity, all being strategic objectives and initiatives for us. They actually have minor impact on the budget. We're doing a lot of reallocating and are using some of our ESSER funds potentially. So we're not putting in big increases on any of those, and yet they're still moving forward. Certainly contractual and wage obligations are the largest impact on the budget. So I just named that so that we all remember personnel has such a large portion of both budgets. Enrollments always has an impact, and it's 2 different layers. I'll break out pre-K 8. We are seeing declining enrollment in the elementary schools, and we're always assessing that and trying to have our crystal ball out to project where we might have some savings to reduce the number of sections. And at the high school, of course, we're always watching the split between Concord and Carlisle. So the assessments are predicted and projected and when possible stable. And then finally, E&D, I think this is some of what Dee's questions about. We have been, some of you will remember that not that many years ago, we were up as high as $689,000 of E&D revenue contributing to the budget. And part of the Moody's impact that we heard was that is too much, and we didn't have enough in other stabilization accounts, and it was draining E&D too fast. So Jared, I, and the school committee worked hard to bring that number down to the 300,000, which is where it was in March when the school committee voted it. And that was all very intentional to minimize, the output of E&D being faster than the input. What we did in June was to take some of the surplus of FY21 and put it in E&D so we could take out 600,000 as what we hoped was a one-time event, given the end of FY21 status. Your guideline has a $600,000 revenue contribution from E&D. So we're heading back in that direction. And I guess I just need to say, I have a lot of personal concern of memorializing that and having that be where we stay. We are at the 4.9%. We're allowed 5% in E&D of the overall budgets. We're at 4.9%. Jared, do you have the dollar amount in front of you?
1,775,000. And it will be certified in about a month or two, but that's what we're projecting right now.
Would you repeat that number?
Sure, approximately 1,775,000.
Okay.
And again, that's at max, so we
Right.
can't put more in, which is partly why the 300,000 was going back to you in June. So that's E&D, and then, go ahead, do you have more questions?
I just had one follow-up on that. So
Sure.
if I understand you correctly, you actually took 300,000 out of E&D, but you also were able to backfill it. So you had another additional 300,000 that you could add to that for the FY23 budget.
For FY22, that's essentially correct.
You had 300,000 in FY22 budget. Going back to that other sheet, in an FY23, you have 600.
Yeah.
Is that correct?
So in FY22's budget, we
Yeah,
had $300,000 as an offset.
okay,
At the end of the year, we projected a surplus.
right,
So
right.
instead of ending the year with a surplus more than the 5%,
Yeah,
we decided to increase E&D to 600,000 to offset the FY22 assessment. If we had just left it in the operating budget at the end of the fiscal year, then we would have been over the 5%. And once the E&D was certified, it then would have gone back to the towns. But we probably
Right,
would have
right.
got a management letter for that. So we were
Right.
proactive, and that's why we increased the E&D to offset the FY22 assessments.
Okay, so the FY23, Laura, you said that it's up to 600,000. It would probably stay there in the future?
Well, I guess that's a discussion we're all going to have together about that, and we'll bring it back to
Okay.
the school committee too, of course. But that is one of the big discussions of the regional budget this winter for sure.
Okay, thank you.
And just to clarify, currently in FY23, our E&D contribution is at 300,000. If we increase it to 600,000, then the assessments would go down. But currently,
Yeah.
we brought it back to 300,000. So
In
that's
the recommended budget to the school committee, it's at 300,000.
Yes.
Okay, all right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Oh, Dean?
Yeah, thanks. This is not confusing to me, but it's close to confusing to me. So I just want us to try to clarify. I
Yeah,
just want us to clarify the use of language when we're talking about E&D.
yeah.
When we deposit money in the account, that is not a contribution. When it helps the budget by extracting the money from E&D, we're calling it a contribution. So the language is just kind of upside down and a little bit confusing to anyone who hasn't heard this for 5 other years. So
Right.
I get it. I'm not completely confused, but I do want us to sort of standardize the way we use language around funds that are being put on account for future use and funds that are being taken out of the account in order to fund the budget. You're calling that E&D contribution. The use of the word contribution just seems. So there you go. That's all. That's my only comment.
Chris?
Yeah, so I just wanted to make sure, Dee, you were clear on this, because I think that answer was a little bit confusing. So Jared, if I have it right, in the final budget that reflected the June number, what you call the decreased assessment, that included 600,000 in the operating budget by E&D. Is that correct?
So
Is that correct? I'm sorry.
in
Yes.
June,
Okay,
we increased the E&D.
Right.
We did. We increased
Right.
the E&D contribution to 600.
So D,
You did.
in their budget process for FY '22, they had assumed 300,000 to support the operating budget. But by the end of the discussion in town meeting, it was up to 600 because they had some more they could take essentially. Does that make sense? That's what happened. This year, they want to go back to 300.
Right.
Okay?
So has your board approved the additional 300 at this time?
No, they've heard the budget recommendations once, and they're going to be meeting again next week and likely into January.
Okay, so at this moment, it is still 300,000.
Correct.
And to clarify,
okay.
to clarify, in the table we just saw, it's at 300,000. Okay, so part of the discussion, as Lori said, is as we take a look at what the guideline was, which assumed 300, and what their preliminary recommended budget to the superintendent and to us is that they want to add back the 300, which would mean, again, the 469, whatever number was there, it'd be that much money over the guideline we set, okay?
Yep, that's right.
And Dean, I 120% agree with you on the language. Only in an upside down world do we call money that was already appropriated but not spent because of good financial and fiscal discipline, do we call that a revenue contribution? In my mind, it was money that was already taxed and raised by taxpayers that gets put in a safe deposit box, and when we're taking it out, it's being termed a revenue contribution for some,
That's the legal that's us using DESI and DOR jargon.
But that's how fund accounting works. That's how.
I get it.
works.
As I said, I've been sitting in this chair for several years, so I've
we
gotten
hear your
used to
point.
it, but it is extremely confusing to use these terms, that's all.
Right, but straight talk for the average person like myself, it's basically money that's been spent that you're now using to offset future spending. But in any case, Lori, do you want to go to the next slide? Because I think there are some questions, at least I've got it, and I think maybe others might have.
Great. So, well, then I had minimized the slide so I could see all of you. So let me just swap that back. So at CPS, this is a little more information to go along with the request. The overall increase from FY '22 to '23 at CPS is the 378, and there's the dollar amount. We've again highlighted the difference between the guideline you set at 2.7 and getting to that 3.78. So there's the delta, the same for 86. And this is just another way to show the breakout. I'm not going to go through all that unless you ask any questions on it. You can see significant, huge percentage of that is contractual and salary obligations. We've had I know it's odd to put negatives in the drivers, but there are significant negatives that were worth noting: special ed tuitions and early retirement incentives rolling off. And then you can see how the rest of it breaks out. And we're happy to answer questions on any of those as you have them.
So Lori, I have a question. Dean, I don't know, Dean, whether your question is to this slide or the previous one, but I did have a question. On the 1.1 million salary obligation increase, how much of that is due to just the increases with respect to contracts versus new hires?
Almost all of it's the contractual increases. Jared, do you have the breakout of the new hire?
And again, just a rough number.
It's minimal. We
very
didn't
minimal.
propose a lot of new positions this year, special ed being the primary.
We didn't really break it out like that, but it's probably,
Well, what's the change in FTEs overall for CPS then?
Yeah, why don't you go to that?
11.35, but of the FTEs, most of these, well, many are tutors as well as aides. And then we also have an additional 5.9 in teachers, but some of these are being paid by other offsets. And it's in my superintendent's presentation to the school committee.
Right, so I can break it down a little bit now that he's given you the overview. The special ed programs are very heavy for assistance. Many of these kids have one-to-one assistance. So of the 11 he mentions, I think 7 of those are assistants in the special education programs. We're proposing an additional special educator at Alcott in the middle school, as well as a guidance counselor at the middle school. The 2 at the middle school that I just mentioned, we're talking with the school committee about coming out of ESSER money and not here, which is why it's not showing up as a driver in the same way. So it's a little bit of everything coming together in some of those totals that you're hearing. But special ed is the driver, and those expenses are why you're seeing such steady decreases in the tuition.
Okay. Thank you. Dee, question?
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have lowered my hand.
Chris?
Yep. So just to make sure I have that right, Superintendent. So it's 7 assistants, 2
Mhm.
teachers, and a guidance counselor. Is there another one I'm missing?
There's a couple of part-time pieces at Ripley that added up to almost an FTE at part-time HR and part-time payroll.
Okay, thank you.
That should get you to 11 off the top of
Yep.
my head, I think.
Yep, thank you.
Mary?
Yeah, how much of the ESSER money is being used to fund a position that could potentially be permanent?
So the way we're looking at ESSER is being very cognizant. We don't want to create a cliff we have to figure out later. So the guidance counselor is meant to align with the middle school building coming online in a few years, and we're going to consolidate staff at that point. So we expect to not have an increase out of this position we're talking about now, because we'll be able to consolidate once the new building is open. The special educator, and this will be something you hear us talk about at the high school, we're going to use a graduated process to build that into the budget over the coming years. This year it's 100%. Next year we'll use a portion of it, and the year after a smaller portion of it. So it's not a significant full FTE all at once to be absorbed. So we're trying to be really thoughtful about that.
Ruth? You're muted.
Sorry, I'm trying to understand where the 486,848 number came from. I can't seem to find that anywhere. The closest I can come up with is 436,414.
So yeah, Jared, why don't you go back to that?
486 right here. So I think you're looking maybe at the high school, but we're talking CPS. What this is this 486 is the difference between the request and the preliminary guideline.
Okay, sounds good. So this is a consolidation of both. All right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just one correction, our increase, and I just switched the numbers, our increase is actually 3.87. I don't know why I put 7.8 late night. So our increase, and that matches every other slide. The numbers are right, but it's just 3.87. My apologies there.
Thank you. Amrith? I'm sorry, Dean?
Yeah, I'm going to focus a little bit on special ed here. We're on the one hand, we're finding 552,000 this year. There's a reduction in the number of students who have external tuitions. But we don't really have a way of accounting for the extra expense that's really embedded in all the other services that is picking up for some potential people who are brought in-house. So let's start with the 552 savings. Can we break that down between people who aged out, people who moved out of town, and people who we brought in-house? Can we get an accounting of those heads just to understand, are we adding expense because we're bringing some kids in, or are we, giving up on these tuitions because people are just literally out of district?
So I can get that for you. I don't have that in front of me. We
Okay.
certainly can bring it. The answer very clearly is we are bringing kids in, keeping kids in district, if not bringing them back. And that's why those numbers are down. There's an occasional move out or aging up. Certainly, 8th to 9th grade, those kids roll off. But
Yep.
we're at 14 kids out of district pre-K 8, which is extraordinary. We were easily at 50 when I walked in 2017. They're
Wow.
staying with us. And for every program we have open right now, there's probably an average of 6 to 7 kids in each program. We're keeping dozens and dozens of kids in-house with us.
Good job.
Yeah, it's exciting. It's so good for everybody. It's good
Yeah,
for,
It's excellent. The
yeah.
really
financials
job.
of that are a little opaque, I believe, with your budgeting. It's just very hard for anyone to sort of suss that out. I understand that it's in there, but it's very hard to tease out that this amount is allocated to those special services that we're offsetting against external tuitions.
We can certainly provide it if asked.
You gotta look in the contribution line. See?
That's it.
Yes. Could you go back to the CPS budget sheet, please? And my question deals with the last category, other. And I'm seeing it's a really remarkable, change. It actually isn't a remarkable change. I'm just wondering if you could, in addition to the 3 items listed before under that category, utilities, trips, and miscellaneous, can you just break that out a bit? I'd be very curious about the HVAC systems and what is, and just more information on that category.
Is that something, Dee, that they can send to us after the fact? Or do you want the numbers now?
Well, I'm sure that Jared in his in his head has some basic information breakdown available.
I do. The only thing is the way that we did this presentation is actually different from the way that we do it for the school committee, so that some categories are in different spots, but in this other, I can tell you what is in it because I did break it down. I have to open up the spreadsheet.
If you would like to send it, that would be fine. I just am curious about what goes into that.
Sure. Why don't we come back to that? And I think I can provide an answer tonight that's pretty clear.
That's fine. Thank you.
Lori, back to you. I don't think we have any more questions.
Okay, great. So this is a similar slide with the breakout of the high school. Again, based on the decreased assessment, so the number that was applied in June. I won't go through the numbers at the top. You can see them and they're the same as you saw previously. We did break out categories below so you can see some of where that increase is coming from. We had a decrease in contracted services and obviously an increase to contractual and non-union obligations. The special ed tuitions, they did go up, as I mentioned before, so you can see the increase there under other. That is in other in this slide, not in the CPS slides. I think the rest, it's fairly self-evident. We did note a couple of places that are level funded, essentially. OPEB is level funded. Debt assessment is not in the guidelines, so we put a 0 there just as a placeholder to name it. And I'll leave the rest for any questions you have, just so you could see where the numbers are coming from.
Yeah. The same question I had, Lori, on the CPS side, in terms of new headcount on the high school side.
It's 2, is it 2, Jared?
Yeah, I want to say 2.35. It is, oops.
The high school is tricky because we budget people based on the student enrollments and by section. And we run, if you total up a high school schedule, you can easily run 1,000 sections of all the different courses and how they rotate through the day. The general ones that we're increasing are the language-based program for special education. So that's a 1 full-time FTE to finish out our continuum of SPED programming. And then through ESSER monies and doing this graduated process of leaning in, we are funding half of a reading specialist through the budget, and the other half will be in ESSER. So that's a 0.5 that you would see here. The others are probably 0.25 of a little bit of this and a little bit of that, depending on section changes and things like that. Very minor tweaks that get made. But those two, intervention and special ed, are our main additions.
The total increase was 2.95.
Yeah. So the rest is a little bit of the Ripley stuff, and then probably any other 0.25 changes.
And so if I, just one more question, Chris, and then I'll turn it to you. You've got a question. So if I see the trend here in the CPS, special ed kids are staying in school or in the district. Is it correct, incorrect? How do I interpret it going from?
Yeah, no, it's a good question on the regional one here. So of those, the pattern that we're seeing, one is the language-based kids. We don't have the right program for them at the high school right now. So that's the request to find that teacher. The other driver there, this past summer, we had a student move in from another district, and we had to absorb the whole tuition, and we didn't have a program for them. And that's going to happen because you can't run a program for every need. So it's a combination of those two. We believe that there's been a downward trend. We have 36 kids out of district at the high school. That was 50 years ago as well. We believe if we build this language base, we'll have the continuum to keep most kids with us. We're also talking with Carlisle. I just have to mention that because when they place a student out in K-8, we don't even know the child, and it's fairly difficult to have them return to us if we don't know them. So we're trying to build that bridge as well, and just open communication up about what we offer.
Okay, thank you. Chris?
Thank you. Dr. Hunter, so out of the 295 in added heads at the high school, is one of them a special education language-based teacher?
Yes.
Yes, okay, so that's one of the ads there. I think when I listened to the presentation to the school committee last week, there was also a nurse somewhere in either CPS or the high school. Was I wrong on
No
that?
additional nurse.
Okay.
No. In fact, we had one-to-one nursing support that we don't need anymore. That might be why you remember it. The contractual services is down because of that need being eliminated.
Okay, that must be what it is. Thank you.
Yeah, probably.
Any other questions, Mary?
Yeah, I got a quick one. Thank you, Parashar. I'm still a little bit confused about the $380,930 that you're over guideline for contractual and non-union. That includes both contractual obligations plus increased headcount, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
How much? Okay, how much increased headcount?
So we budget. Go ahead, Jared.
So up, like I said, we're up 2.95. Some
At the
of
high
that
school, at the high
2.95 though is reading specialist, 65,000 is being charged to ESSER 3.
I'm sorry, the headcount is up 2.95 heads?
Heads, yeah.
So when I did some arithmetic to just see what the percent increase from FY22 approved budget to your FY23 request, in the salaries, it's 5.28%, and in the non-teacher salaries, it's 7.1%. So I guess I'm wondering how much of those numbers are surprisingly large. How much of that is our true contractual obligations, and how much of that is more discretionary as far as hiring new people? And both
break all that down on the fly.
I know,
Most
I
of that's
understand.
going to be contractual.
Yeah.
For sure. Yeah.
5.28% was a contractual.
Well, so the teachers get step and lane on top of their COLA, so that can impact and bump it up towards those numbers. I don't have it in front of me to know exactly what it is.
We are talking about the high school too.
Yeah, we are talking at CPS, it's actually higher.
Yeah. Okay, but you also got to understand too that 5.28 is being that's a little bit, 5.28 is your assessed portion, not the overall.
Right.
So that's where it gets really confusing at the high school.
Okay, so then just talk about CPS for a minute, if you don't mind. If we look at CPS, again, it's 5 point, I don't know, I don't have 6.25.
So let me pull that up.
So I guess I just would like a better understanding of that 6.25 for the CTA teachers and this 5.5 for the non-teacher salaries. How much of that really is contractual and how much of that is, again, more discretionary? Because contractual, we can't really do much about.
Yeah.
So can I make a suggestion, Mary? I think,
Yeah.
I think we can do something over a medium term, right? I don't think it's something we can do now.
That's right.
But
I
I do
understand.
believe, but I do believe your questions are good. And so maybe what we can do as a follow-up is have the schools give us a breakdown of the contractual versus the new hire spend as
Right.
we go from 22 to 23, both for CPS and the high school.
That would help me. Yes.
Okay, because, and Jared, I guess I'm not quite sure how the assessed amount, the fact that it's assessed makes a real difference in terms of the rate increase. Because at the end of the day, the assessment is split based on enrollment. I'm assuming
It's not
they
100%.
don't vary from school from Carlisle to Concord, do they?
Say that again?
So you had said that it's complicated on the high school side.
Yeah.
Because it's the assessed amount. I guess my only point is, if it's increasing by 6% for us, for example, the contractual amount, it also ought to increase by roughly the same number for Carlisle, unless the overall enrollment mix is so large that there's a big difference, right? Roughly.
No.
No,
see-
I think
yeah.
the difference, I
Here-
think the difference is, Jared, I'll just answer maybe
Yeah.
and see if you agree with me. When we're trying to peel off the new hires versus the increases, we had, we work in a big picture. We don't have the Concord split all how we've been processing things. So we almost have to go back to the big picture and then break it out again. So we're always bouncing back and forth from the total. I think that's all we meant.
So
Yeah.
if we can follow up with just those breakouts, that would
And
be
you
great.
gotta also understand, because at the high school, you gotta go back to the assessment. The assessment, the loss of the $237,000 is lowering the Concord's portion of that. So when we had the 600 in E&D, your assessment went down. Now that we have the 300,000, it's inflating that percentage. The numbers didn't change,
Okay.
but it's an inflated increase to Concord based on the revenue piece. So the increase is, really probably closer to maybe 4.5.
Fair enough. Again, let's just follow up with the actual dollar amounts and then we can calculate the
Sure.
rating. Erith, question.
So to your point about get the actual dollar amounts, I'd like to go maybe one step further and say, get us numbers where we can do an apples to apples comparison. Because otherwise the percentages, I'm sure, will be confusing. For example, if the assessment is going to change from year to year as a percentage, that would be one reason why this percentage would appear to skew a little bit more. So if you could give us numbers where we could do the apples to apples, then I think Mary will have the numbers she wants.
So my suggestion before we start doing anything else would be to send you the school committee presentation and see if it answers your questions. And then if there's any additional pieces, let us know.
Fair enough.
Sure, that'd be great. Thank you.
Okay.
I can maybe simplify it, okay? When we're done this conversation, the finance committee goes off and figures out, okay, what would be a realistic guideline, final guideline? And
Right.
if we know what we're already contractually obligated to, that would help. I think that would help me. Because we know that we don't have a lot of room with that number. That's really where I'm going. So I don't want you to have to do a whole bunch of work and publishing schedules for us, but just knowing what are we already bound to and where do you, forget us, where do you have some discretion would help me.
Sure. Makes sense, Mary.
Okay. Other questions? Chris.
Yeah. Superintendent, could you just summarize for me across both schools, what is the ESSER money that you have on hand to be spent? And when does it need to be spent by?
Sure. I mean, actually, I'll talk ESER 3, Jared, and then you can add on any of the previous ones. So at the high school, we received about, Jared, give me the right number, 300,000.
We received at the high school, 193,000 in total for ESER 3.
Right. ESER 3 is 193. We have that all available. And at Concord, we're at 1 point, what million, Jared?
It's about, I want to say 993. It's because I'm sorry, because I'm sharing my screen, I can't get access to my files. But it's about, I wish I knew it offhand. I usually do.
Why don't you unshare and take a quick?
Yeah, there we go. So at the okay, so at CPS, sorry about that. At CPS, we have for ESER 3, 995,000.
And when does it have to be spent by?
FY25, so September 30th, 2024.
Okay. And then there were earlier ESSER programs. Is there funds still remaining from those?
There's a little bit of funds at the at CPS. We have for the ESER 2, we have right now out of the 453,000 that we got, we have approximately 112,000, but that's most likely going to be spent by June 30th this year at this point. And then we have a DESE emergency relief of 112,000. Right now, we have until next September to spend that. So that will most likely be spent in FY22 as well. And then at the high school, we have ESER 2 money. We got 96,000, and we have about 90,000 left. And that needs to be spent by September of 23, but that most likely will probably carry some into next year. And then obviously all of the 193,000 in ESER 3.
Right. So of the large amount in CPS for ESER 3, the 995,000, is most of that absorbed into your 23 budget, Dr. Hunter? No.
No, not at all. We're definitely staging it, so we'll use it all 3 years.
Okay. So some of it's absorbed in this budget, some of it's held off for future budgets.
Yes.
And it's being
Yes.
absorbed mainly by these supporting some of these hires. Is that correct? Is that where it's going?
Yes, most of it. There's others at CPS that we're using for instructional materials and things like that. So,
Okay. Is there anything else coming?
no, I don't believe so.
Okay. And all the CARES money is used and gone, or is that still?
Yeah, that expired, so that is gone.
Okay, so all the CARES money is gone. And then on the revolvers, are we going to talk about revolvers later, or is this now a good time to ask about where we are with
Yeah,
revolvers?
we're asked to, but we can.
Okay, well, you know, I love that, Jared, so I'd love to know where you
Trust
are
you will.
on circuit breaker, on athletics, on the school lunch program. How are you feeling about those and those balances and their ability to be consumed?
Do you want to start, Laurie, or?
Yeah, I feel a little challenged without real numbers in front of me, but we'll talk in general terms. So athletics, we're very flush in athletics. I think we've said that to you before. The school committee's talking with us about what to do with the funding and how we're going to be sure to not, stay more flush than we should. And that's just simply a COVID outcome. In terms of lunch, we had to contribute last year because we paid people when the buildings weren't open the year prior. And our participation was way down because of COVID and hybrid and all of that. So we're getting that back on track. Participation's back up. Jared's watching those numbers closely with our food service manager. What other ones do we want to mention?
Circuit breaker.
Oh, circuit breaker, we're carrying over the full amount we're allowed to, considering that a stabilization fund. We're taking risks on what we bring you. We're not building in much in terms of additional if we get an unexpected tuition, something like that, we may have to go to circuit breaker because we're not building in much cushion there, and that's by design. We know we can take those risks more this year because those accounts are at their maximum. So that's where that's at. They're at the full carryover. So we'll go into next year with good numbers there as well.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Lori, when was the last time that we had to go to the circuit breaker? And how much?
We have not gone to circuit breaker in my time here. So I can't answer before that without doing some homework.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
The more programs we build, the more control we have, which I think is part of the reason for that.
Okay. Dee, you had a question?
Yeah, I have two questions. The first one is related to the utilities and CPS. And I'm just wondering if you have planned for your expenses to be about the same this coming year as last year. Is that correct?
So what we did is, because the last good numbers we have is from FY19. So when I projected back in October to you all, I projected about a 5% increase, and that's what we're projecting right now. I feel going into FY24, we'll be able to use real FY22 numbers, but we used a 5% increase, and we're hoping, there's some years it's more than that. So we're hoping that we can sort of get a reset and figure out again where our utilities are. We're doing a number of sustainability projects, ERU projects at our elementary schools. So there's a Ripley project going on. So maybe, after we get the full year worth of detail, maybe we can lower those a little bit.
Okay, and you have enough in your ESSER, maybe in your ESSER funds, if all of a sudden you had an increase in your utilities. I'm just thinking about HVAC systems and everything else that can go on.
Yeah. And we do have a built-in contingency, not really. We have a built-in contingency in the general fund as well. It's a line item that we use for extraordinary things.
Okay. My second question goes to, did you hold your meeting on December 13th at Carlisle?
Yes.
Did they give you any feedback that we'd be interested in hearing?
Oh, certainly. They're watching their increases this year very carefully. You'll remember we ran enrollment projections back in October, and there's going to be some shifting towards Carlisle in the next few years. So they're definitely anticipating and trying to prepare for that. They have not set even a preliminary guideline at this point. I'll smile and say they asked if we could find a way to lower the request, and we will continue to talk about that with the school committee.
Okay. Anything else? Jared, from your perspective, what were you hearing?
Sort of the exact same thing. I think.
Yeah. Go ahead, Jared.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing that they were happy about that we were able to do this fall was give them a projection of the enrollment, because they know it's coming.
Yeah, they're very glad to have seen that a couple years ahead of time.
Yeah.
Okay. And Carlisle has pulled out of Minuteman. Is that correct?
I don't know that answer.
Yeah.
I don't, not that I know of, but that doesn't mean.
Okay, but Concord's in it. So I'm wondering at the high school level, if somebody who lives in Carlisle opts to go to Minuteman Tech, does that get
Oh,
billed back to
Minuteman
them?
Tech. Oh. So if they pulled out, I don't know that they were
I don't think they did.
in
no.
recently that I know of. Yeah, I don't think they belong.
Yeah.
So
They
what we're
didn't
hearing
belong.
from the vocational schools is with some of the changes in the regulations and such, the priority seats will be given to
Right,
member
yeah.
districts, and then the wait list will sit for the non-member districts. And demand is up so much in general that they're not all sure they're going to be able to take in the non-member districts. So I don't know where
Okay.
that leaves Carlisle per se, but that is a conversation I've had with Minuteman and in being over there.
All right. Thank you.
And yeah, I do have an answer to your question about other at the CPS.
Yes,
Just some
yes.
things that were in there, just so you know. Contingencies are in there, 125,000. Our field trip, home tutoring, liability insurance, which is not a ton of money. Our legal, our memberships, professional development, a little bit of student activities, teacher tuition reimbursement. Tuitions are in at the CPS. I think we took them, they're not in the category at the high school, but they are at CPS. That's why that number's up.
Okay. Okay,
It's a lot of the miscellaneous. One thing we probably should have broken out was the tuitions, but it's a lot of the miscellaneous that really didn't fit into the major 5 or 6 categories that Carrie Parashar and I talked about.
okay. So you do have them all in one place on your spreadsheet, so that could always be an attachment if somebody wanted it, right?
We have it. I have how I broke out to the penny.
Yes, I'm
And
sure.
It's yeah,
Okay, thank you, Jared.
you got it.
Chris?
Thanks. On one of the slides, I guess it was the high school, it talks about OPEB and it says the funding is flat, but it says the guideline or some words like that were not met. Are we, is there, I know the ARC changed to something
Yeah.
else, but you're not way under, right? I mean, I just.
No, we're at 30%. I always say this, we're probably the highest of any regional school in the state, if not top 2, top 3. And we put 550,000 in there, which has been level for the past 3 years. And we feel right now that that's a good number. We'll get our report next month and we can compare it. But yeah, the 550, that's what's in there right now.
Okay. And Dr. Hunter, this is for you. So from a saving strategy perspective, as I listened to the presentation and I think back over the past couple of years, a couple of things come out to me. Tell me if I've got this right. So you have a program, maybe that's the wrong word, but you have pursued early retirements where available, and that has ended up to save some costs. And I think at some point Jared may speak to that. We have the SPED program, which you believe is a cost saver. I echo Dean's point. I think it would be good for you to figure out a way to demonstrate, to sort of show that in the numbers. It's hard for us to see it. There is, I think, some savings.
Could I just respond to that for 1 minute? Because
Please,
what's
yeah,
going to be
please.
really hard to show you in the numbers
Yeah,
is what it would have cost to send the kids out who never went out. I can always demonstrate savings when I bring them back and show you what the staff expenses are. But we go through an exercise of putting an out of district price on every child and then multiplying. So we could do it, I suppose. I just don't know. It's a tricky
give it a
exercise
try.
when the kids stay with us.
yeah, I
Then
understand.
it's not savings per se, it's expenses
cost
that never
avoided,
quite
yeah.
happened. Yeah.
It's
yeah.
cost avoided, but you know, I think it's maybe worthwhile to look at for you. And then lastly, maybe in the energy space. So I know you've made some investments in certain things, older equipment and so forth. So I don't know if there's any programs around savings, but those are the ones that I picked up along the way.
Sure.
Are there others that you want to speak to, or is that a good list?
That's a great list, I think, as starters. I think probably the other thing you can't always see, because it's the work we do in building the budget, is quite a bit of reallocating and never asking for anything by repurposing staff for new needs that come up and making sure we're fading away wherever appropriate or multi-purposing. So there's always a lot of work going on there that
Yep.
doesn't show.
And I guess I would remind FinCom, so Dr. Hunter does the schools on a zero-based budget, so we didn't talk about that this year, but you start from zero every year, and you did that again this
Absolutely.
year.
At the other place, Chris, I'll mention, and it's still a work in progress with quite a few moving pieces, the enrollment decrease that's coming up through the elementaries and it'll eventually make its way up. You're starting to see some savings there already because we've been able to, and I don't know how to say this without it sounding really negative, but we've been able to cut sections at the elementaries a bit. And I think that's going to continue because we won't need as many sections of different grade levels.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Lori, you want to go back and wrap things up? I think we've got a lot of the questions out of the way. So the next,
I got a quick question. Can I? I seem to remember that in the past, we would also look at other sources of revenue that are available to the schools, like Chapter 70. Did I dream that or?
No, we were asked to bring you expenses tonight. So the
Okay.
revenue, when we send you the school committee slides, you'll see all the revenue breakouts
Okay.
and we're happy to detail those.
a little bit less control on the revenue side. Dean?
Yeah, it's just quick. And when you speak of finding, a place where you might be able to cut a section here or a section there in the elementary school, can you just speak to whether or not you're a little bit more hamstrung in trying to do that at the middle school using the team model? When you have a team of 4 distinct classes that are all kind of interrelated, it probably becomes a little more challenging to say cut a one section of lab science or something like that. It's not doable because it's more organic with your groupings.
Right. And I would say that, that's probably, there's accuracy there. There's also worth noting, it's always harder to do it at a middle and high school level because teachers don't have the same kids all day. So even as enrollment shifts come up, you may be dropping them a fraction of an FTE, some in science, some in math, some in, it's very different in the older grades.
That's enough. You're right. I guess it's generically, regardless of the structural characteristics, it's generically more difficult to restructure.
It is.
Thanks.
Amrith, did you have a question or was that Mary previously?
No, I just, Mary had her hand up, that's all I'm saying.
I didn't notice that, sorry. Sorry about that, Mary. Shall we go back to the slides? And I think we're almost near the end.
Yeah. Jared, can you pull them up? I
Sure can.
figure out which one we're gonna go back to here.
High school?
Go to the next one. So I think this is probably a good place to go, given all our conversation already. This is the big picture with what you've already worked on with the town noted already, and then CPS and CCHS broken out. So you can see the delta between the guideline and the request. So I think I'll leave it at that since the numbers you've seen, but there's your big picture view. And then I don't think we need to spend too much time on these next ones. You asked quite a few questions that might pertain here, but let us know otherwise. This is another broken out view of CPS with categorized by personnel sped and early retirement and other expenses. And then if you go, Jared, to the high school one, it's similarly broken out, slightly different categories, but you can see how the breakout works both for our budget and the guideline. And I think that's what we prepared for you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jared and Lori. I think you were really good about answering the wide-ranging set of questions, both expected and unexpected. So thank you for that. Before we go around the room to the members, Cynthia, is there anything else you want to add besides what Lori and Jared have talked about as we think about the guidelines?
So hi, Parashar, because the school committee has not discussed this, I'm going to say tonight we will wait and we will discuss it at our next meeting.
Okay, and again, just stressing, I think what I said at the top of the meeting, we understand this is the recommended budget that Lori's put together for the committee. You guys are going to consider this, hopefully consider some of the feedback that you hear today. And obviously there will be changes before we get to town meeting. So I'm sure
Absolutely.
there'll be
Thank
lots
you.
of conversations between school committee and superintendent and hopefully the FinCom over the next 4 to 6 weeks. All right. So let me see. Let's go around the room. I'm going to do it in the order that people have shown up here. So Dean Banfield, you're up first.
I've gotten most of my questions on the table, and there has been some answers, so that's good. So I don't have anything, any big picture thing I want to add at this moment. So I'm just going to sit tight for now.
Okay, Mary?
Yep.
My phone is ringing. Pass over me, please.
Dee?
I don't have anything at the moment. I wish that we didn't have to come up with a final guideline in the next, in the next hour. Because I think there are some loose ends, and I'd really appreciate knowing how the school committee itself feels about the budgets that are being proposed.
Yeah, fair enough.
I'll talk.
Chris?
I don't have anything else.
Okay, Mary?
Oh gosh, I think I think we've asked a lot of detailed questions here tonight, and I'd like to kind of remind myself even that our job is to really step back and say, what do we think the taxpayers can afford? And that's why I was asking really, how much of this are we bound to contractually and how much is discretionary? So yeah, we ask a lot of detailed questions and we want to have a good understanding, but our job is to step back, hand the guideline out, and then it's up to the school committee and Laurie and Jared to figure out how to make that happen. So that's all I have to say.
Yeah, no, very good point. Thank you. Greg?
No comments.
Okay. Emrith?
No comment. I have a question which I'll send to you offline, Parashar. It's a small nit on these numbers, which I don't understand. You probably have it. That's all.
I may not either, but we'll figure that out. Eric?
Nothing further. My questions were asked and answered.
Great, thank you. Kathy?
I continue to be impressed with the amount of work and detail that go into preparing the budgets and answering the questions. I'm also particularly impressed with the internalization of the special education. With regards to this particular budget, I think it's, it's been well presented. I kind of echo Mary's, I think we had a similar question last year about contractual and steps and lanes, and it's kind of hard for us to get our arms around it when it's all together. And Mary, when you say discretionary, I don't even know if steps and lanes are discretionary. I mean, I think they're two different. They're two different things, right?
Right.
But
they're built into the contract.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So, but thank you, Dr. Hunter, for the presentation.
Lois?
I think my issues have been covered, and I agree with what Mary and Kathy were saying, that it would be useful to have a clear sense of where there's some discretion. So the difference between contractual obligations and new hires, if that could be teased out, it would be helpful. But I think, as usual, the presentations were very thorough and complete. And I think, we have a lot of good information in front of us. So nothing more to add.
Great, thank you. Peggy? Okay, Peggy may have stepped away for a minute. So thank you, everybody, for insightful questions. Thank you, Lori and Jared, for a good presentation. I think it gives us at a high level, the issues that you were wrestling with as you guys put together the budget. Is there any member of the public that just wants to speak before we get into discussion mode here? Let's see. I see Court, Carlin, Sandy, Sarah, and Terry Ackerman. Does any member of the public wish to speak? Raise your hand. Otherwise, we're going to go into discussion mode here. Okay. Oh, do we have a request?
Yep.
Can
Carlin
you-
Reed.
Carlin,
Yeah, can you promote them to panelist?
she's joining now.
There we are. Hi, Carlin Reed, 83 Wits End. Just want to congratulate you, all of you, for doing such a good job looking at the budget at this stage. Thank you, Dr. Hunter, for presenting such good information. And thank you, Parshar, for conducting, as always, a very thorough investigation. Thank you much. That's it.
Thank you, Carlin. I prefer not to call it an investigation, but a conversation, discussion. But thank you. All right. So I think at this point, we've got to do the hard part, which I think Dee was saying, or somebody else saying, kind of facing a difficult challenge of trying to set a final guideline in the next hour or so. Hopefully, I'll be able to help out. I've got a straw proposal. You can't say straw man anymore, I suppose, but a potential idea, and we can pull up Carrie's model once I present it. Carrie, if you can pull that up. I've got a couple slides maybe to share with the committee just to get the ball rolling a little bit. And remember, it's challenging. I completely agree. One of the issues that, one of the top things that we don't have is a clear sense of the revenue available. We're going to get that a little bit later from Carrie. We'll get that from the schools, et cetera. The schools haven't finished finalizing their budget, and frankly, neither has the town. But I think this is part of the conversation and the process that we do every year. I don't think it's probably not that much different than we've done in the past. Carrie, can I share some slides here before you put that up? I've got just a couple slides to maybe have a step back and think about kind of where we've been and kind of what we might want to do, right? And so this is hopefully not too much of a busy slide, but I wanted to pull everything together. So what we've got here are the preliminary guidelines, starting on the left-hand side, with the guideline increase amount, the preliminary group guideline increase. You can see that for all three budget units, totaling $2.5 million. And then the guideline amount, 94.6. And taking the presentations that we heard today from the schools, the presentation from the town a couple weeks ago, basically there's an initial gap between the guideline amount and the preliminary budgets that they each presented to us, roughly $1.8 million. And from my perspective, I think there is some reason to think about increasing the guideline amount, the preliminary amount from 2.7. I put together one idea. Of course, there's hundreds of different combinations we can certainly do, but one potential idea is to increase the town's guideline number by $250,000. I'm especially considering the fact that over the past couple of years, their spending for tier 1 has gone down dramatically. So it's probably time that we kind of reinvest some of the money that we didn't invest in the last 2 to 3 years in that area. So
Parashar, I have to interrupt for just a minute, right? I'm looking at the row for the town. The preliminary guideline increase was really 792,000.
Oh, that was a typo then. I'm sorry.
So it's just a typo. So that's not,
It's just a
okay.
typo. Sorry.
Okay,
Thank you for
okay.
catching it.
Okay. Can you slow down a little bit? Because I'm having trouble following.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
So, yep. So preliminary guideline increase should be 792.
Okay.
Taking the guideline amount to $30.1 million, right?
Okay.
Oh, that was the guideline amount. When they presented the budget, their total budget request for under the guideline came $905,000 over that amount. That's what that represents, right? So
I'm sorry, Parashar, didn't they, didn't they also offer up 200 or so in?
Yes,
Yeah, so their actual net gap at this point is 700, I think.
right.
Yeah,
It is, but again, I just took the bottom line, right?
yeah, okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Pressure test.
Yep,
I just
sorry.
think the schools are gonna pressure test. So just for that apples to apples comparison, took the bottom line and from the tables they all presented, and that's where this came from, right?
Okay,
And so, as I said, one can, and by the way, the same math applies to the other rows, right? Listening and rereading the town's presentation, hearing Lori and Jared today, and understanding where they were coming in based on the presentation that was shared over the last couple of days, one potential starting block is to say, look, let's increase our guideline amount from 2.496 to $2.993 million here. And if we do that, it's an extra $500,000. Propose giving $250,000 above the initial guideline to the town. As I said earlier, there's been a substantial decrease in spending, actual spending for tier 1 infrastructure. Propose to reinvest that back into tier 1. Propose $250,000 back to CCHS, and recognize across all three organizations, inflation is expected to increase in 2022, continue a little bit into 2023. There's wage pressure happening across the economy as well. And I understand the teachers are on contracts, but there's a lot of non-contracted employees as well in all of those organizations. So as I think about it, if we do something along those lines, you end up with a final guideline amount that's reflected in this last column, with a remaining gap relative to what they came in with initially, right? Town would still have to close 655. I think, Trish, as you said, they've identified 250,000 of that, for example. The CPS has about $487,000 to close. They've got the largest base of all of the units, $43 million. So I'm confident with the fiscal management that Lori and Jared have and the rest of the leadership there, that's something that can be closed. And I know the school committee's asking questions about, geez, where are sources of savings for the schools as well? And the town would, and the high school would have about $200,000 gap. If you just take those numbers and put them into the model that Carrie will put up in a minute, it would actually take the projected increase of the tax base to 3.38%, which is up slightly from the 2.84% that we had projected based on the 2.7% guideline.
No, we projected 2.4% at the 2.7%. So this is significantly different. This is significantly higher.
Hold on a second. Let me just make sure I'm doing this correctly. So if I'm looking at the 2.7% number, it says 2.84. What did I write? It does 2.84.
Okay, I remember 2.46. I thought.
No, the 2.46, Mary, is a 2.31% guideline.
Okay, I remember that wrong. Go ahead.
Okay. And the other thing to keep in mind, however, is when we've done this for the last 3 years, when we've set the final guideline, the actual impact of the tax rate has been lower, at least the last 3 years, and I think it carries memory lower even past that. Because when we do the tax true up and we kind of figure out what the actual revenue numbers are looking like, the impact has been less. So reasonably confident that the impact will be less than the 3.38. So that's, my thinking is if we feel comfortable adding back in money that the units have sort of given in the last couple of years as a result of the requests we've made to keep tax rates low, we can increase it by about $500,000. Now, we also have to keep in mind, I think we're going to talk in a few minutes about middle school stabilization fund. We could also use the 500,000, add more, subtract less, and put some of that money towards the stabilization fund as well. And just kind of a reminder where we are there, we had a $5 million initial gap. We've identified about $3 million, but that still leaves us about a $2 million gap. And so if we want to think a little bit about saying, hey, let's not rely on unused funds to fill the stabilization fund, but let's proactively fund it, we'd have about $2 million to fund between now and fiscal year 2026. So those at a high level, I think, are some of the things to think a little bit about. And if you want some actual numbers, we don't have to go over these, but this is just gives you a sense of how what the impact was at the time we set the final guideline and what it was when we actually went to set the tax rates. And you can see lower, at least over the past 3 years. So let me stop here and see if folks have questions on this, or whether we want to, happy to entertain questions, other ideas, but I'll ask Carrie to put up the model because that way we can sort of play some what if ideas and scenarios. Does that kind of make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, so let me stop the sharing and let me ask Carrie to put up the model. And Terry Ackerman, you're asking a question. The difference between the initial gap and the remaining gap in this chart is almost 1 million. Let me put that back up just to make sure we get this right. Can you promote Terry to the panelists? Just I want to make sure I'm understanding.
Will do.
Terry, if you're talking about the town gap of 1 million, hopefully that's what you're talking about. I'm not quite sure. Maybe you can just tell us directly.
She's joining.
Thanks, Chris.
Right, Terry, you're on the panel.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, it takes a while to come on. I'm just a little confused because you're recommending an increase of 500,000 over the initial number. But on the bottom line, the initial gap was 1.8 million, and now the remaining gap is 800,000. So you've closed $1 million almost of the gap, but you've only added 500,000. Well, where did 500,000 come from?
That is a great question, and that is probably, hold on a second.
I think it's a footing issue, Parashar, on your remaining gap column.
I'm sorry?
I think it's a footing issue.
It's a total, sorry, it's a summing issue?
Yeah,
It may be.
your total isn't right. The 841 is.
That is probably correct, because I was trying to do this on the fly at 6:45 on Excel. So Terry, we'll provide an updated set of numbers here. The gap should be.
Oh, I see. Yeah, that 841 is just the wrong total.
Yeah, the real number is 1,328.7. So that's the one. That's the difference of $500,000. So the real total is 1.328. Yep.
Yeah, that answers my question. Thank you.
Yep. Good catch.
Okay, let's bring this down, and Carrie, if you can put up your model and folks will see the numbers, and then I'd be interested in maybe, I see a couple raised hands. Let's get the reaction rolling. And before we get started, just I want to do a time check. Chris, we've got to go to FinCom meeting, regular FinCom, right?
Yep. Yes, we do.
And so I'd like to get a sense from you in terms of how much time do we want to devote to coming up with a final guideline number, because that'll help focus our conversation and how fast we go.
Yeah. Well, it's 8:30. I think in a half an hour would be good time to see if we can't get there. So you've given us 2 proposals or 1 proposal. Let's knock it around and see if we can't get there by 9. Okay,
let's start off. Gene?
So my basic question, when you're splitting out the 500K that you're proposing, 250 for the tier 1 capital makes sense. We've had that conversation extensively. The extra 250 for CCHS, I'm a little unclear as to what the reasoning for that is, as opposed to either spreading that through CPS and CCHS. That's all.
Yeah, so my reasoning, Dean, was relatively simple, that they both came in around $450,000 gap, but CCHS has a smaller base to find the missing money from, if you, well, not missing money, to fund the gap, basically.
I
That
see.
was the difference. The other aspect of it, and a little bit, this goes to what we talked about and what's contractual obligations and what's required in terms of salaries, et cetera. Again, just a larger base, probably more to look from in the CPS budget. So.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yep. I thought you were going to propose something else.
No. I just wanted
Help
some
us
clarity
along.
on how you made the call on getting CPS, like CPS gets nothing and the other two get something, so. That's all.
Yeah, fair enough. Mary, question?
I've got two questions, Parashar. Thank you. So that 3.38% increase to the property tax that we're projecting assumes that we're going to use $1 million of free cash to offset this, right?
I'm going to let Carrie answer that question because that's above my head.
Yes, it does.
Okay, so we just got to be mindful of the fact that if we do use $1 million to get to this 3.38, that leaves less money available to route to the stabilization fund later on. So just keep that in mind, okay?
So Mary, thank you. So if we would take the $1 million, do 500 here, and the other 500 could go to the stabilization fund or something. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that 3.38% that we're projecting now assumes that the full $1 million is coming out of free cash. And just as background, Carrie has told us that she thinks that we can spend about $2 million of free cash this year total. And if we think we've got $2 million of free cash available, let's assume that 500 of that is going to be spent by the affordable housing, because that passes every year. So that leaves us $1.5 million. So if we take $1 million out of that $1.5 million and apply it here to keep the property tax at 3.38, that we're only left with 500,000 for the state for a stabilization fund contribution this year. So that's just something to keep in mind. And then my other question is, when you were talking about, it will be 3.38, but we know it will probably be lower than that because in the past years we've assumed it was going to be X, but it was always lower. How did that happen? What's going on there?
Carrie?
Sure. So really, there's typically two things that happen. So we make an estimate for new growth, and we get that from the assessors, and the assessors are typically fairly conservative. And so there's always an increase in new growth when we set the final tax rate. And the second thing that happens is our budget development timetable is much faster than the state. And we're holding estimates of what we expect the state aid to be. And the state aid always comes in higher than what we expect. So those are the two things. We have had some adjustments in debt service. We might be a little high on the debt service placeholder, but really the biggest changes are coming from state aid and from new growth.
So what I'm hearing is that when we calculate the 3.38%, we might be very conservative or underestimating state aid, and we're underestimating new growth.
Yes, on both accounts. And honestly, I don't know, it does make a big difference, and maybe you would think that we should push the numbers a little harder, but you're doing it so far in advance of when we're setting the tax rate. I would be concerned about coming up short on the other end.
Okay. So we're being concerned.
Mary's point raises a question with me, and that is that I understood that the increased revenues that we see, as well as savings we have on operations, are what actually contribute to our free cash balance. And that's not a function of lowering the taxes. So this is new news to me that the fact that our revenues come in a little bit above where we anticipated is actually applied to taxes and not just flowing to free cash, which is how I understood we end up finding $1 million every year. So that's how I understood that was working, but I guess that's not really, it actually is also contributing to lowering the taxes kind of in real time.
Sure. So if I could make a comment on that, I think both of those things are true. So when we're setting the tax rate, we have to use the actual state aid number. We have to assume 100% tax collection. And then we use our local receipts estimates to come up with the tax rate. But then as we go through the year, we may collect higher local receipts. Our expenditures may end up being less than what was appropriated. And that's where you get the free cash, the add to fund balance.
But we taxed the properties at the higher rate. I guess you can't, I don't understand how it goes both ways. Either you're taxing at the higher rate and then taking the surplus and putting it in free cash, or you're applying it so that you can lower the tax rate. I just don't see how it can be counted twice. That's all. It's a little confusing to me. That's all. I'll leave it at that. That it's just seems like a conundrum to me.
I agree with you, Dean. Like, I don't. Can you leave it at that, or what is the answer there?
I'm not getting it.
I don't think we should.
There's a
yeah, I don't think so either.
I don't think we should. I don't think we should leave it there.
Okay.
Because I do believe it's important just to make clear, because we're on record here, Carrie. When we set the guidelines, we're assuming a certain rate. And I think what I heard you say is when it comes time to actually setting the tax rate, the assessors come in and say, oh, based on new information, here's new growth. And you also say, we now have updated revenue numbers. So the actual tax rates are based on those two new updated amounts. Is that correct?
Yes, and I guess I'm getting confused when you're saying we're taxing at a higher rate, because any adjustments we're making when we set the tax rate are lowering the amount of tax.
Yes, and then what's happening then is the town is spending that money that was budgeted, and they're finding savings and not spending, and that money is going to free cash. That's what's happening. So it's
So the
not
free cash only comes from operational savings. It does not really count.
After the tax rate is set.
After the
It's
tax.
a timing.
Lowered.
Timing issue.
Yeah.
Prashar, can I say one thing here? The tax rate is not set what the guidelines rate that we say it is. That's the difference, Dean. It's not the rate that we're saying.
This. It's just, okay, what's fueling our free cash increases?
After that, what happens after that?
So if there are operational savings or if the state aid increases after we've established the rate,
right,
that piece ends up in free cash.
Yes.
Any amount that gets adjusted before their tax rate gets set gets applied to taxes, and things that happen after that get applied to free cash. So it's a time.
Yes.
I think that's clear.
That makes sense.
Good question.
Perfect.
Just want to see Carrie nod her head too.
Yeah, me too.
All right, thank you.
All right.
Okay.
Other questions, ideas? I'm open to other ways to do this, not increase the guideline.
Okay.
Can we just I just want to do one thing with the model. If we, instead of taking $1 million of free cash, if we only took 500,000 free cash, what would the increase, what would be the projected expected increase in the property tax be with our given revenue and new growth assumptions?
Yep, Carrie's gonna pull up the model.
Carrie's seeing something in the model that she doesn't like.
Uh-oh.
The way we can think about Mary's proposal is that we're sort of taxing ahead of the construction of the school.
Right.
By the time we get to town meeting, the school will either be approved or not approved. So that's a different problem. But presuming an approval, we are in effect doing some forward taxation so that we can save some money. So, you know, there you go.
But how is that, Dean? We're not doing that yet.
Well, if our usual annual assumption is that we will use 1 million to reduce the tax rate.
Yes.
But
Oh,
this
you're
year
saying
we
if
only
we
used
took it in half
500,
and, yeah,
and we put the other stuff in a savings
in
account.
stabilization.
We're effectively taxing
Right.
500,000 more
Okay,
ahead. Yeah.
okay.
Yep.
I didn't hear the second part, which is she wanted to put it to stabilization.
Yeah, you want to take
Part I
the
was
full
waiting for.
million and put it
Yeah.
in stabilization. Yeah.
Okay.
So what is that number, Carrie?
So I think the easiest way to do this, so you see in this other sources column, this $205,520, that is the additional revenue from enterprise funds that we had.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
Yes.
I'm gonna add that here, 205,520, and I think then the easiest way is to take out 500,000.
Okay.
We're gonna reduce.
Okay. Because you don't have any place else to put it. Okay.
And
Yeah,
so
what's-
it's not, this is what I don't like, it's not calculating. So let me,
So while you do that, while you fix that, can I maybe just, Dean, one of the things I thought about was doing that. And I guess one of the things maybe think about philosophically as a committee is who bears the burden of the middle school financing? Is it the folks that are in town from 26 when we have to start paying for the next 20 or 25 or 30 years, however long we finance it? Or should we also include the folks that are here in town between now and 2026? So philosophically, you know, kind of who pays for that? Maybe that might be a way to think a little bit about whether or not we want to forward fund some of this, and if so, how much we want to forward fund. I don't know what people's thoughts or reactions are to that.
Well, the people who are voting for it now should pay for it.
They're voting to spend the money. So it behooves the town to do prudent things to, you know.
Yeah, I mean, it's a, given the hit that we have, having the stabilization reserve makes a lot of sense, and we've done it historically. So there's precedent for us doing that, Parashar, as well in town.
I'm just putting it out there just to make clear that we talk about who's bearing the burden. Amrit, you have a question?
No, it's fair question.
Yeah, so to answer that question, I would ask what our prior policy was. And the reason I ask that is this. If historically we were deferring it and we were saying we're going to finance it and we're going to pay it, the people who are going to pay for it are the people who come to live in the town 30 years from now, and you change this, then the people who are living in town now are paying for stuff which happened 30 years ago and this. Where's the fairness in that?
Well, the debt is retired on Peabody, and there's no debt on the buildings that are currently in use.
Dean, you're missing my point.
Yeah.
My point is not
we're still paying for the high school.
It's whatever the prior expense was. If there was an expense 20 years ago and the decision was we're going to finance it and people who come live in town 20 years from now are going to pay it, we're paying it today. If you suddenly decide, no, we're going to change the policy and you're also going to pay for expenses which are incurred now, you're paying twice now. For the next 20 years, people are going to be paying more. So that's something to think about. I'm not saying it's wrong. It's a thing to think about.
Yep.
Yeah. Maggie?
Yeah, I think, I mean, historically, in recent history, yes, that I think we're sort of splitting it by and we have had stabilization funds, which means the current population is paying for some of it. And I think I do agree the people that vote for it should, you know, participate. And I agree that the people who reap the benefits should participate. So I think what we've been doing, we did for the high school and for the elementary schools as well, we set some money aside, which is pre-taxing. Then we voted it and people paid for it right away and, then continued. And I think in recent years, and Carrie, you might be, we've cut down the term of some of these debts. So they come down a little faster and that's made the overlap better. And that was especially true when the interest rates were so de minimis. So.
Or sorry, you got 15 minutes.
Right.
Sorry.
I'm waiting for the-
We're waiting for
Haven't gone anywhere yet.
I'm
We
waiting
need
for
to get somewhere.
Implicitly, I think we've gotten somewhere. Where's Carrie? How's the model?
Carrie, can you get that answer?
Yeah, so,
If you're not able to get it to calculate, I'll tell you where to look.
no, so I'm just breaking this model left and right. So I think if we did that, we'd be at about 3.01%. And again, that's making the adjustment of reducing free cash from $1 million down to $500,000.
No, that can't, wait, okay. I guess I asked the question wrong. What I heard is that if we add another $500,000 to the guideline, then the property tax increase would go up to 3.38%. And that assumes that we're going to use $1 million of free cash to offset that. Now I'm saying, instead of using $1 million, if we only use 500,000, then I would expect the property tax increase to go up.
Right,
And
so I did add in the $500,000 to increase the.
So Carrie, can you add in $500,000 on the column I? And put in 250 for the town and 250 for I-15 and I-20.
Right, so I have then 3.54%.
Okay.
Right in there, okay, there you go.
Then I would recommend we do that.
Okay, so let me just be clear. And Carrie, can you actually put the 250 into those blue cells so people can kind of see what's happening? And what I have on the table is a proposal by Mary. Mary, correct me if I'm wrong.
Go ahead.
Take 250,000 and add it to the town government guideline that we gave them. Exactly, and take 250 and add it to the regional high school. And then where would you make that adjustment to the other 500,000, Carrie?
So I added over here, I added the $500,000.
So let's take it out of there, since we've already done it. And the guideline increase then.
No,
No, there's one other mistake that was made. The final guideline for the school CPS should be 1.127. You zeroed it out in cell N18. N is in
19.
18. Yeah, that shouldn't be zero. That should be the same amount as you had as at 1.127.
Sorry about that.
That's okay. Okay, there we go. Now we're talking. So
okay, right. So it's 3 million. That makes sense.
Yep.
Oops.
So Mary, does that give you a good sense of where we'd end up?
So what is that bottom line? Is it 2.9 million?
2.98.
Almost 3 million?
Almost $3 million, right? 29916.
Yes, yes, that plus.
That makes
plus,
sense. Yep, plus.
Plus, we also.
$500,000. Right.
Exactly.
And when we do that, Mary, so
yep,
are we would then simultaneously say we want that $500,000 to go to stabilization?
I think what we need to do is we need to craft a separate warrant article.
Right.
Saying that we want at least 500,000, maybe 1.5 million. This is a separate conversation, but we
Right.
know that now we've at least freed up 500,000.
Right.
And we're gonna have to craft a separate warrant article to say how much we want to move to the stabilization fund.
Right,
Yeah,
but
the-
assuming nothing else right now, based on what we're
Yeah.
talking about, you'd saying there's $500,000 that would go to stabilization. So we'd be up to, if the assessment, we got $1 million from the assessors, we have $500,000 here, we'd be at 3.5 million, hopefully.
And then we
Well-
can even take another million, because like I said, Carrie said that we have $2 million available total to draw down free cash and still stay with a positive credit rating and, still
Right.
stay within our guideline. So
Right,
that's a separate conversation. But
okay,
for now, I'm only saying, let's think about freeing up 500,000 from here.
yep. So how do people feel about 3.5% for an increase to the base?
Yeah.
Hold on a second.
Comment.
Hold on. Before we go there, we've got hand up from Greg. And I just want to make sure we all understand what we're saying here. So if I look at this chart, it would be a 3.25% increase in the guideline, which would mean we are talking about a 3.38% increase in the tax base. Is that correct? Did I
No.
read that correct?
Oh, you mean
Sorry?
No,
3.5?
3.54.
3.54, well, wait a minute, why does it say budget percent change to guidelines is 3.42?
Right, so I apologize. I'm cheating here.
Okay.
So the,
Carrie, we can fix that problem very quickly. If you can revert your model to whatever you have saved, we'll get it to recalculate for you. That's about 2 seconds.
Okay, let's do that, just to make sure we've got to find a model that makes sense.
Just reopen your original model. And go to formulas and calculation options, and it's probably set to manual calculations, which you have to change to automatic.
all right, I'm going to,
So while we do that, Greg, did you have a question that's not related to the model? Let's get that conversation.
Yeah, I wanted to clarify with Mary's statement here. Were we applying any free cash to lower the tax rate or none with what you have said, Mary?
500 would go to lower and 500, just 500 would go to lower the impact. Just
Okay.
500. It usually, we've historically used $1 million.
Million, right.
Okay.
You're taking the 500 out of that million and going over to stabilization and keeping 500 for lowering the tax impact.
Well, we haven't done the second step yet, but the first step, we're kind of enabling, we're kind
Gotcha.
of freeing it up if we want.
Okay. Thank you. Just making sure I understood 100%.
And Dee,
Comment?
Dee, go ahead.
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the other chart while Carrie's working on this one, the basic chart that you had come up with.
Okay. well,
And,
let me pull that up and there was a
Great,
mistake in it,
okay.
but I'll see what I can do to fix it on the fly if we can. Okay, so people are telling me where I made the mistake. I can just.
Oh, I don't care about the mistake you made. I just wanted, it was easier to talk to this screen than the other one.
Okay,
And my comments are as follows. I fully agree with what you were saying about don't change the 2.7% for CPS. And my my thinking on that is, I think that it was really well described and all. With the CCHS, I would also leave that at 2.7%. They do have a fully funded E&D. And they also have some contingencies, as Jared was saying, in case there are glitches in the, with any additional pandemic or whatever this coming year. And they also have ESSER money. And then with the town, I had proposed $1 million before and they came back and Chris indicated on this initial gap column, it really should read 705. But I'm also thinking that the town is going to be receiving money, the ARPA money. And that will go a long way in helping with capital expenses. And so I would leave theirs also at 2.7.
Can you confidently say that?
No.
Excuse me?
You can't confidently say that that's going to be tier 1 ARPA money.
No, so hold on. So
Well, it's for,
Dee, why don't you finish, let Dee finish your thought and then we can respond to it. Dee?
so I would leave that also as 2.7. I do believe that they will have ARPA money that will go to the tier 1 capital expenses, not $4 million worth, but there will be some funds available. That was the indication I got from the town manager. And so I would leave them at a 2.7.
So you would leave everybody at 2.7 is I think what I just heard.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't think the town's gonna benefit from the ARPA money. Having gone through the summary of the legislation, the infrastructure and the broadband, et cetera, will go to, if we get to use it, will go to broadband. I think the other limiting factor is a lot of that money is meant for disadvantaged geographies. I don't know that Concord is going to qualify for a lot of that money. So I think it's a bold statement. I think fairly aggressive to say we're going to get money from ARPA, to be perfectly honest. I would count that as gravy if we get it at all, in fact. Amrith? And Terry, let us know when your guidelines are up and we'll come back.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a question to Dee about that proposal. Suppose we kept the numbers at 2.7. Let's assume the ARPA money came in and then we were all good. Let's look at the other side and say we raised some of them from 2.7 to something else. Let's just hypothetically just say we raised them all to 3. We gave everyone another 0.3%. We balanced the budget given what we know today. And then if the ARPA money came in, it would flow to free cash, would it not? Eventually, it's going to flow to free cash.
No.
Well, it'll be spent on something else.
Yes, it'll
And
be
the-
spent on something else, and then they won't have to spend it in the subsequent year. So yes, you could possibly have free cash, yes.
So, well, the yes, you could possibly have free cash is exactly equal to the yes, you got ARPA money. If you got ARPA money, you just stop spending your own money, spend the ARPA money and send your money to free cash. So
That is correct.
Oh, no, hold on. No, it's not. There are many provisions built in here that prevent you from doing that. So we're making a lot of assumptions and assuming that it's money coming in with no strings attached. Guys, I'm telling you, there's a lot of strings to this.
Right,
Okay.
if you, I think Amrith understands where I was going with that, which is if you use ARPA fund, say you can buy pipes for new drainage systems. And in subsequent years, we don't have that expense. So my point is you would have at some point in time in a subsequent year, you would have other funds available if they don't have to be committed to the pipes that you were going to buy. And that then money could go to free cash because it just wasn't necessary in the budget. So eventually you would have that as a free cash, but maybe that's not something we need to talk about tonight.
Yeah, those are downstream future year implications.
That's right. They are.
But we're talking about today's guidelines. Lois,
I'm also talking about
Parashar.
today's guidelines, Parashar.
Sorry?
I am also talking about today's guidelines. I am not looking into the future necessarily. I'm just suggesting leave them as they are as our original guideline that was proposed.
I understand, and I think what I was
Okay.
saying, there's assumptions being made there and certain risks of using that ARPA money, which I don't know that we're going to be able to use much of it, if any of it, frankly. That's all I was saying. So
okay,
and I
Can I
understand- so Lois, you had a question.
I had a comment. It was basically to agree with you, Parashar, on this and to express caution about making an assumption about ARPA money. we know we're building these guidelines with a certain amount of uncertainty. We know that revenue may come in higher than Carrie is currently estimating it because some of her figures are conservative. We know all this, but we have to deal with the information, with the best information we have, which is why the information we get from Carrie builds in things like conservative estimates of revenue, even though we have a reasonable expectation, there may be more. I think our expectations of how much ARPA funding there's going to be and the specific ways in which the town will be able to use that ARPA funding and whether those specific specified uses could offset some of the identified needs that we've been hearing about from the town is pretty speculative. So I actually am more comfortable with Mary's proposal as a way to approach this and with the basic structure that you identified, which is to follow the need as it's been presented to us.
Yeah.
And build the guidelines to incorporate the actual information that we have been receiving from the budgeting entities, which is current as of now and could change due to a lot of factors. So that's my comment.
Thank you. Mary, before we go there, let me just ask Carrie whether she's fixed the model.
Yeah, I'll show you what I have. I've got one piece of it that.
That's okay. So let's do this. Mary, you've got a comment. What I want to do, I think we've got two ideas now. And I'd like to take a vote on those two ideas. And hopefully that will lead to a final set of guidelines. Did you have a comment before we go there?
I just wanted to make a comment, and it really is what Lois was saying. The procedure for the last 5 years that I've been on the Finance Committee is we issue a preliminary guideline. We hear back from the budgeting entities to find out where are the pressure points with that guideline, and then we relax the guideline in areas where we think they have the greatest need or they've got the biggest buildup of demand or whatever. And then that's been the process. So I think we're pretty much following the tradition of the process. And anyway, that's all. I'm sorry.
Dee, I have a question for you. So summary was, we've got a proposal that Mary put forward. Take the 250 and give it to the town above the guidelines we gave them. Give the high school 250 above the guidelines we gave them. Of the $1 million that we typically use to lower the property tax out of free cash, take $500,000 and put it towards only $500,000 towards lowering the tax rate. So my question to you, Dee, is your proposal keeping everything at 2.7? Would you do any changes to the $1 million we typically use for cash flow? Because what I'd like to do is have Carrie give us a number for what the impact on the tax rate would be there, so that we can compare apples to apples as folks think about both proposals.
Good idea.
I would say that I'm not sure why we are trying to solve two problems concurrently, but I'm all in favor of finding money that we can put into the stabilization fund.
Okay.
So if that is the $1 million, and I'm not sure why we're looking at $1 million in that particular scenario, but I would like to put in as much money as we can into the stabilization fund.
And so what would,
and I think I'm just being very conservative. We gave them a 2.7% increase. And I'm just being very conservative so that we can have the money that can go into, that we can put into the stabilization fund.
So Dee, if you can give us a number so we can do that apples to apples comparison, that would be helpful.
I'm saying $1 million.
Okay, so $1 million into stabilization.
Yep.
No. Not $1 million. No, not $1 million into stabilization, $1 million towards this.
No,
It's $1 million to stabilization.
no. I'm saying leave the numbers where they are, the 2.7%.
Yes. And
I'm not adding any additional funds. And this is where I think we shouldn't be talking about two different issues at the same time.
well, I
I want
disagree
to-
because we're trying to figure out the impact on that property tax. That's what we're trying to do.
I agree
All
with
right,
Mary
so
on
it's
that.
a
We have-
million
And in
dollars.
order
some
to do,
sense of
and
what
in
we're
order to
voting
do
on.
that, we need to know
Okay.
how
Hold on,
much.
million
hold on, hold on, hold on, just
Hello?
just one person at a time. So D,
$1 million.
into stabilization and leave
Yes.
everything else at 2.7.
Yes.
Okay, Mary, we're gonna
That
vote
doesn't
on it,
make any
right?
sense, Parashar. When you say $1 million to stabilization, that's not the question on the table. The question is, how much of free cash are we going to use to offset the property tax? That's the question.
She's saying $0 in essence. You're right.
Okay,
Karen.
okay, okay.
Okay.
That's the second step, but you're absolutely right. So $0 to property tax.
Is that what you're saying, D?
No, put the $1 million in free cash, if that's the right bucket to put it in. You had 500, in Mary's scenario, $500,000 into free cash. That would go into a stabilization fund. I'm saying the $1 million that's in free cash would go into the stabilization.
Exactly, and $0 would go to lower the property tax like.
No,
we've been-
500.
I'm so confused because you guys talking about this. D, there's 2 million in free cash. Where do you want money to go? Be explicit. Million to stabilization, million to lower the taxes? Is that what you're asking?
No, then you ignore the affordable housing.
Yeah, I'm just asking D to be explicit where she wants it to get our terminology right.
I want the $1 million to go into the stabilization.
And do you want any money at all from free cash to go to lower the tax rate?
Yes,
How much?
How
$1
much?
million.
We don't
Okay.
have
Then you've
that
used
much.
up the whole
We
2
don't have
million.
that.
We don't have.
We don't have
2
that.
million.
We don't
Well,
have
That's
to.
Don't have it.
Wait a minute,
Her assumption
We don't
would
have
be
to.
that there's no
D.
affordable housing money. That's
that
all.
is correct. And that is what the majority of people on the finance committee voted for last year, not to put in the $500,000 into affordable housing.
But let's be
If
realistic.
you remember
It's gonna pass.
correctly, what?
Let's be realistic. It's going to pass again this year.
We
It's
did
gonna
vote
pass.
against
Hold
it,
on, hold
but
on,
it
hold on,
passed
hold on.
anyway, D.
Can I interrupt, guys? Let's not try to, I don't want us to convince Dee of the merit of her proposal. She's got a proposal.
But
She's
I don't
got-
know, but-
We're gonna vote on this, right? We've got two alternative proposals. We will vote on it and that will lead us down the right path.
Okay, let's get clear on what the proposal is then, because it's 2.7 guideline.
No.
Hold the guideline at 2.7. And then how much free cash are we going to use to offset that? How much? That's where we get lost. We took,
So my question is to offset what?
what we do
Property
is
taxes.
property taxes.
We apply it, Emirath, we apply it right to this to bring the overall property tax, overall number down.
This is how it works, Amherst. We're saying we're going to let the budgeting entity spend $3 million more. And out of that 3 million, we're going to fund it with $1 million of free cash. That's what we do every year. We just do that every single year. Now we're saying
Maybe,
we're gonna
maybe I
let
could
them-
ask my question.
we're going to go up, but we're only going to use 500,000 of free cash to help with that. And the rest comes from property tax.
Could I ask my question?
Go
You've
ahead,
answered the
sorry.
question already because I don't know that, so it's what I was asking.
Sorry.
The guideline was 2.7%. The entities have asked for more. Are we going to tell them that they can ask only for 2.7, or are they going to ask for whatever they want?
D is saying 2.7. That's,
Well, the
Yeah, here.
entities can
That's
ask
my-
town meeting for whatever
Yeah.
they want. We may not agree. That's all. We
And then
may-
it would go to town meeting.
Then it would go to town meeting. If they want more, they can ask town meeting for more money.
Folks, I'm
But
familiar
we
with the
don't
process.
necessarily agree.
Dean, I'm familiar with the process. I'm asking what proposal we're voting on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let me
Okay,
try.
it's a fairly straightforward question if you just listen to it. I know what the schools have asked for. I know what 2.7 times the previous number comes out to. I got a calculator here. What I want to know is, what are we voting on? There's two proposals which I don't understand. I can't vote on them.
Yeah, so Amrith, let me try summing it up for everybody, okay? the first proposal is we take the 2.7% number we gave the town and we add $250,000. Step one. We take the CCHS 2.7% number and add $250,000 to that.
And where are those 250,000s coming from?
I'll hold that thought. Let me
Okay,
just
all right.
outline everything
Okay,
first.
sounds good. Okay.
Then what Mary suggested was, as we just said, we have $2 million in free cash. Okay. Traditionally, $1 million of that has gone to lowering the property taxes. And the model that you see implicitly assumes we're going to use $1 million to do that. Okay. So what Mary is suggesting is instead of using the $1 million to lower property taxes, use only 500,000 to lower the property tax. Okay. So we've increased the guidelines by 500,000. We've basically said, we know we're going to use 500,000 to lower the property tax. That's $1 million. Okay. There's another 2 million in free cash that we have. We are expecting the housing folks to grab 500,000. That's what Mary implicitly believes is going to happen, which I think most of us believe that's going to happen whether we agree or not, and leaves another 500,000 in the next mechanical step to send to a stabilization fund, but we're not talking about that mechanical step right now.
It actually leaves $1 million, I think, on that.
Yeah, it
proposal.
leaves $1 million.
Sorry?
Good, great,
Is
good.
that right? Is that correct? Okay. Now, what D is proposing is we leave everything at 2.7%. And that now still leaves 2 million. And what D is suggesting is use 1 million of that to lower the property taxes, just like we do. So in other words, no changes to the model that Carrie shared initially. And she's proposing we would in the next mechanical step, take that other $1 million and use it for stabilization fund. That's the assumption that D is operating under. That's her proposal. D, do I have that characterized correctly?
I think so, but it sounded to me when you were describing Mary's that you had $3 million somehow.
No.
That you had an extra $1 million at the end.
No, we have 2 million. Okay.
Dean, didn't you say that?
That was, I said, because I was just correcting Parashar, he said we would put 500,000 in stabilization. We would put $1 million in stabilization, not 500,000. That's all. It was,
Okay,
it was he
250 plus
misstated
250
what
plus
was going to
500 plus
stabilization with
1.
that proposal.
Okay.
So the numbers you're talking about, Parashar, are 250, 250, 500, and $1 million to stabilization.
Well,
And these,
No, the 250s aren't part of free cash.
That's from the taxpayer.
It's from the taxpayer.
Taxpayers paying those two.
We're raising we're raising taxes as a result of this. Purposefully on Mary's.
okay.
end.
Right. Right. Yes.
Kathy, question. Oh, you're muted, Kathy.
Doesn't that then change if we add 250 and we add 250, we're increasing the 2.7 to some other number,
Yes.
0.85
Yes.
Yes,
in the guideline.
yes,
Those two
Not
entities.
cash, we're changing the guideline.
Right.
correct.
In D's scenario, by leaving the 2.7 and putting $1 million, are we taking the 2.7 down to 2.6?
No.
No, because the million was already in the assumption that was part of the 2.7 preliminary
All right.
guideline. So I think what's going on is that D is saying basically stick with the preliminary guideline.
Yeah.
And Mary's proposing a change.
And
Is that right?
And if the 2 million, if $1 million's already embedded in the 2.7, then that only leaves 1 million to go into stabilization under the current scenario. Okay. Under the prior proposal from Mary, we would increase the tax rate or the budget guideline and further increase it by decreasing the 1 million subsidy by another $500,000.
Yes,
Yes,
Yeah, that's how I understand it.
that's exactly
So
right.
then there would be $1.5 million going to stabilization?
A million.
available for stabilization.
Potentially, we
Available.
haven't,
All right. Okay.
Remember, Kathy, the 500,000.
I think she's got it. Parashar, can we?
Thank you. I don't ask many questions, so thank you.
I
for
think you got it though, Kathy. It's-
You have it.
So can I get a motion? Can I get a motion on the table? Dee, do you want to make a motion for your proposal? Let's hear a second.
I don't want to take a motion until I see what the tax rate is on these
Yeah.
both proposals. You have to put the model up, Parashar. I
It
gotta
is
see
up right
both
now.
items.
It is up, and it is up with Mary's proposal, I think. And what is the tax rate for the idea with Mary?
So
Harry, can you walk us through which proposal we're looking at?
I can't see anything.
it looks like it's shared on my screen. Are people seeing?
Yes.
It
I
is
can-
shared.
Yes, it
It's
we can
shared.
see it.
Can you please enlarge
Sure.
where the numbers are? Thank you.
You just,
Okay. All right, so what's highlighted here in green is the proposal to add another 500,000 to guidelines in total and to reduce the property, to reduce the free cash.
So
The
it
free
goes.
cash contribution.
oh, so it's 3.65?
Yeah, that's high.
Oh, that's high.
That's
Yeah.
high.
Yeah.
That's too high. That's too high.
and
Okay, so,
So just to give you a sense, right, in the original proposal without doing anything, that would have been 3.38. So the
In your
difference-
proposal,
my
Parashar.
proposal, so the difference between 3.38 and 3.65 is the 500,000 reduction in the subsidy,
got it. Okay, good.
okay?
So Parashar, could you give me one number? $100,000 to reduce the tax rate. What would $100,000 do in percentage points? Or 1 million, whatever number.
Well, I'll give you 500,000.
Yeah.
Well, Parashar, I mean, Amrith, just look at column D. That's telling you, depending on how much tax you raise, you can see what the tax increases to the base. So we were at 2.5. And now we're talking about,
2805, okay.
So 500,000 Amrith leads to basically a 0.25, 0.27%.
can you see it? Yeah, yeah.
Okay, that's
Thank
too
you.
much. That's
That's too much. It's
We
too
can't
high.
do
I
that.
agree.
We can't do that. I'm withdrawing my thing. What
Okay.
about,
Now,
what about,
I'd like to stay around 3.
I wouldn't, yeah, I was okay with the 3.38. I would like 3.25, but where I was okay was if we could add to the stabilization,
yes,
I would go higher. If we're not going to add to stabilization, I think you should be around 3.25.
And remember, I think ultimately we'll end up there. 3.38 based on just historical stuff is likely to come in. Probably around 3.25, maybe even less than that.
Yep,
Historically, it's
right.
been anywhere from 0.2 to 0.4 percentage point decrease.
yep.
but it leaves no money for the stabilization. It leaves,
no.
it does,
Well,
No,
does-
no,
well,
no.
right.
you know, so
It
we're,
still leaves-
all that increase is going towards operating spending and we're not taking advantage of.
But doesn't it still leave 500,000 out of the 2 million? Because if you
No.
got 2 million. Huh?
It leaves 500, you're right.
At least 500.
It
Yeah,
leaves,
so we could put
500.
it leaves
500.
500, right,
Yeah, it leaves 500.
of the 2 million that's available.
Exactly, it leaves 500.
I'm quite sure there'll be other people looking at that money, but it does leave it there.
It
Yeah,
leaves 500, and we
okay.
could, right?
Yeah.
We could ask for it.
We
could.
could ask for it.
We could,
I think.
okay. Okay,
And the other thing, just to keep in mind, so we were, the assessors, when they gave us the million, they told us that this is a revaluation year, but they thought that there could be more,
that's
but they
right.
needed more time.
Yep.
So there could be some funds there as well, Mary, that we might be able to get.
Okay, No, okay, I feel better
So
about
I'm
that.
gonna make a motion. So if people have, do you want to see Dee's rate?
Yeah, I
People
think.
want to see that? Okay, have we got that?
We should see Dee's numbers and then.
Okay,
while
let's look at
Carrie
Dee's
makes that
numbers.
adjustment, Peggy, you have a question while Carrie makes that adjustment?
Yeah, I was just gonna comment that, adding to the stabilization fund is highly desirable, but usually that we're able to do that in a year where we have well, there's no such thing as excess funds, but where there's a little more excess. So if this year we don't have that, then we're just gonna, we just don't have the money
We just
to
got,
put into the stabilization fund. That's a luxury for future taxpayers. And as far as the free cash, that's not, well, I hate that name, but all we're doing is refunding the current taxpayers for overtaxation last year that we didn't spend.
exactly.
That's a
right.
merry-go-round we're on all the time.
That's
every
I
right.
know,
year.
that's right. So, it should stay, we should stick with it.
So Carrie, if we go with Dee's proposal, 2.7, we end up at 2.7, right? Because.
Yep.
And where did we start? Was that a 2.5% increase?
Right, so I thought Dee's proposal was no change.
Yeah,
Right.
so
So it's
Correct.
2.8 so it's 2.86.
2.8.
And if there's no change, how much money is in free cash?
It is likely.
2.84%.
Compared to what?
With
Parashar?
500,000
No.
available.
So,
Compared to,
Mary withdrew her proposal as too
oh,
high.
okay, all right.
So the only two that are on the table right now is Parashar's original proposal and Dee's.
So let's just recap. What we have is the proposal to give $500,000. That would take the tax increase to 3.38%, up from the 2.84% that was the original proposal of 2.7.
Yep.
So really, that's what we have.
Yep.
And Chris, you were going to make a motion, or Mary or somebody I heard.
I was. Yep.
Line 20, let's make a motion. Can I get a motion?
Yep. So I move that we accept Parashar's proposal, which is the 3.38% increase to the tax base, adding $500,000 to our guideline.
250 for town, 250 for.
250 to the town, 250 to the high school.
And a sense of the committee about the tier one, or does that come separate?
Under discussion, I heard a second, under discussion. Parashar, what was your rationale for the high school?
Well, the fact is that between the high school and the town, they both had roughly a $450,000 gap. The high school had a much smaller base to close the gap.
Okay,
That was my rationale.
okay.
Did Carrie not have the actual tax rate number for this one? Sorry, can someone just repeat it again for your model?
So
Or,
my model.
Why don't
is
you
a
put your page back up, Parashar, the one that you started with?
yeah, thank you.
3.38% is.
Yes, that's
Gotcha.
right.
Okay, just wanted to confirm that that's what I did here correctly, because I didn't see it on what Carrie was displaying right there.
All right, here,
It's-
3.38%,
Okay.
which is up slightly from the original 2.84.
And
Thank you.
that's just so people are clear, that percentage is the impact on the median tax bill, right? That's different from the 2.7, which is the increase to the guideline budget. So there's two different things we're talking about. So there's a greater increase on the median tax bill than there is on the operating budget numbers, okay?
And the guidelines would go from 2.7 to these numbers here.
Okay, to 3.25.
Yep.
Okay,
So before we vote, to compare these proposals apples to apples, could I ask for one thing? One is your 3.38%, which is the increase to the median tax bill. The other number is, what is the amount of free cash you're consuming?
$1 million.
$1 million
I think that's a
hold on.
constant.
You're consuming $1.5 million.
into either one.
And both
Either one,
proposals.
They
Both
both
proposals.
consume $1 million.
Sorry, I should ask for,
Am I not, I think I'm consuming $1.5 million, right?
No, $1 million.
No, you're not. You're only consuming $1 million.
Right, right, that's,
We're both consuming $1 million.
Both
Those are the
consuming $1
same.
million. The only thing that's different is the $500,000 more in guidelines.
right.
So,
which is
sorry,
being paid by the increase.
More taxes.
Slightly
Yeah.
more taxes. That's
Correct.
it.
Right.
We're raising more taxes. That's all we're doing.
Yep.
okay, so
So what goes down is the levy capacity by 500,000.
that's perfect. Okay, that's what I needed. Thank you.
Yep.
All right, so I have a second and we're under discussion. Any other questions, comments, criticisms, awards, anything? Being mindful that it's 9:20.
925.
My only comment is that if this passes, we won't have an opportunity to vote on D's proposal. That, or, you know, you can only have one thing on the table at a time. So
Well, you're right. And to the
Okay.
extent that
It's
it
fine.
doesn't pass, we can go to D's
Just-
proposal.
You gotta go one before the other.
Yep, exactly. It is what it is.
Sure, you're assuming that
B.
mine is gonna fail, right?
Well, this is on the table, that's all. That's all I'm saying.
Fair observation.
Sorry.
We can
It's
make-
Robert's rules.
If you want to be pedantic about it, D can propose an amendment and propose her proposal, and it'll vote or fail, and then we'll go back to this one. That's, if
Exactly.
you want to go Robert's rule, that's the way
If
you
you,
do
if
it.
you want to get clever with Robert's rules, you know, it has to pass.
I'm sorry, take us out of this. Come on.
You know, what's happened what's happened in the past sometimes is when we've given the schools a relaxed guideline, they've spread it between those two entities anyway. So just so that we know that we're not necessarily saying it can only go to the high school, because they have come back and used it where they thought they needed it.
Okay. D, do you still want to keep your proposal on the table or do you want to retract it?
I'm a little concerned with what Mary just said. I didn't know that the budget
Yeah.
for CPS and the budget for the high school can be commingled.
Well,
They can come up, they can come
They
back.
can
to
come
us
back
with
and
their
say-
own amounts, right? Which can be different than what we said in the guidelines. We're going to say by unit.
That's
all
a
she's saying.
different, that's a
That's all
different
she's
comment.
saying.
I just
Yeah.
want to make sure,
Okay.
I want to make sure that I understand this correctly. My understanding is that when you have a school budget and you have a high school budget, that those are two different budgets, that they are not
They are,
commingled.
they are.
not
That's not
they
what
are,
Mary's
they
saying.
are, they
All right.
are. But
Yeah.
remember,
Okay.
this is a conversation, and we publish a preliminary guideline, they come back. We publish a final guideline and they
I
come back.
understand that.
So, you know, it's not that rigid. And sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Sorry.
Mhm.
So,
Okay.
so, well,
D,
to be,
do you
to be
want to
clear,
keep
I
your
think if
proposal?
we have three
You know what?
numbers.
I'm going to take my proposal off the table.
Okay,
There we
then-
go.
then As the chair.
That's
can I
fine,
call-
but just to
can I
get,
call for a vote?
can we comment on Mary's point? I think if we have three numbers, it is possible for the town to meet the guideline,
Yes.
CPS to meet the guideline, and CCHS to not meet the guideline.
Right.
And so if they move the money around because they want their budgets to do different things, one of them might not meet our guideline. That,
Well,
and,
that
you know, the net.
And then
is the
we
same,
decide, right.
But one of them might not meet our guideline.
So there. I
So
mean,
that's a possibility.
So
And
let
then
me just, can I just react to Mary's, because I thought about splitting it.
Yeah,
There was a conscious decision on my part
yeah.
to go with the recommendation. And, you know, look, the CPS is elementary and middle school. We are facing $100 million plus middle school construction project. We are expecting them to contribute towards saving some of that. I think this is a good first step to saying, where can we really dig into the budget that we have to be able to come at least close to meeting their guidelines. I think at the end of the day, if we turn over and say, hey, we'll split it and you figure it out, I think we're not doing ourselves and the town a favor by actually giving them, you know, a sense of, hey, you kind of go figure it out. At the end of the day, if they can't find out of a $42 or $43 million budget a way to close the gap, how do we expect them in the future to be able to find the savings they've committed to saving for the infrastructure that we're building? So philosophically, that's why I chose not to split it. Rightfully or wrong, and that was my logic.
I think it's good logic.
I do too.
Call the question.
So yes, I would like to. 30 minutes late. I need to go to the hotel bar after this. It closes at 11.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah. All right. So
Let's go.
Go, let's go.
So Mary,
Yes.
Dee,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Greg,
Yes.
Lori. I'm sorry, Lois. Sorry.
Yes.
Need a drink. Dean,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
Kathy,
No.
Eric,
Yes.
Amrith,
Yes.
Rasher, yes. So it passes by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 to 1. Or is it? Yeah, 11 to 1. All right. Can I get a motion to, oh, sorry, go ahead.
I think it's 10 to 1, but
Was
you
it
know,
10 to 1? Did I
I think
miscount?
so. Yeah,
Okay.
there's 12 boxes with.
It's not
one-
personal.
11. No, it's, I think it's.
Carrie,
Oh, it's 10 to 1.
10 to
10 to
1.
1. 10 to 1. Do I get a motion to adjourn the meeting? So we
hold
can-
on one
So
second.
moved.
Hold on one second. Wait. Carrie, do you have what you need from us?
I do.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Do we have to have a meeting? Are we having a meeting after this
We
meeting?
have to approve.
Yes, we
this.
are.
We
Okay, I
have to
thought,
approve what we approved.
Yes, well, oh, we're gonna do more than that.
are we? Okay.
Yeah, we have.
Yeah, we are.
I have a motion. Do I have a
Motion
second?
to adjourn.
Extended.
Yes.
Second.
Mary?
Yes.
Dee,
Yes.
Chris,
Yes.
Doug, Lois,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Maggie.
Yes.
Kathy,
Are we staying on the same Zoom?
Yes, we
Yes.
are.
Okay.
Eric,
Yes.
and Mirth.
Yes.
Okay, and Prosher, yes.
Got me, but I say yes too.
Greg. Meeting adjourned. Thank you very much. Lively discussion. Hopefully it went well. We'll find out at the end.
Thank you, Parashar. Okay, so now we're going to call to order the Concord Finance Committee regular meeting. So I'm going to do roll call vote for that. It's 9:30. Chris Reynolds, I'm here. Amrith Kumar,
Yes.
Parashar Patel,
Here,
Mary Hartman,
Here.
Dee Ortner,
Yes, here.
Greg Garello,
I am here.
Kathy Kukalo,
Here.
Dean Banfield,
Here,
Lois Wassoff,
Here.
Peggy Briggs,
Here,
Eric,
Yeah.
and did I get everybody? I think so. Okay, great. So we are open for business. So what we're going to talk about tonight is getting ready for the hearing tomorrow. So the
Do we
hearing,
have to have a vote on the final guideline, Chris?
we do.
do.
Yeah, we do. You're right. So
Sorry.
so Parashar, your subcommittee has voted a guideline. So can you make a motion for this committee to accept your vote?
I make a motion for the full finance committee to accept the recommendation of the guideline subcommittee to increase the guidelines by $250K above the preliminary guidelines for the town and $250K above the preliminary guidelines for CCHS.
Can I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Then I'll ask for a vote. Amrith Kumar,
Yes.
Chris Reynolds, I'm a yes. Parashar Patel,
Yes.
Mary Hartman,
Yes.
Dee Ortner,
Yes.
Greg Garello,
Yes.
Kathy Kukalo.
Sure.
oh, flipping.
Dean Banfield,
Yes,
Lois Wassoff,
Yes.
Peggy,
yes,
Eric.
Yes.
Okay, I've gotten everybody. Okay, terrific. Thank you for reminding me of that, Mary. Okay, so we're going to talk about the hearing tomorrow, which is on the middle school debt article. So there's only one article at special town meeting. We have a hearing tomorrow, a joint hearing with the select board. So there'll be a presentation by the building committee. And there will also be a presentation by Kerry with respect to financial implications. So when we last talked about this, you guys had a series of questions that I was off to go try and get some answers on. And so we've done that. So I want to, if I can, I'm going to try to screen share what I sent you. Here we go. Let's see if I do the right thing here. Okay, you can all see this?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay, so this is what I sent out yesterday. So in no particular order, these were the questions that you guys had. So there was a schedule comparing the middle school project cost from where we had last seen it to current. So let me bring that one up. Can you see that?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. So you can see on this down the left-hand side, we've broken up the components of it. And this is information that was sourced from the building committee. So they provided this information and it's current. It's as of their most recent meeting. And it was pulled together by Dean, but using their data. So on column C there, you'll see the ed plan estimate. That was really the last time we looked at it. And that was a total of just about 100 million. The ed plan estimate was a very rough estimate. So that was really based on a dollar amount times the building square footage. So that was at a much earlier stage in the project than where we are today. So you can see the total construction costs at that point was just about 80 million. And then you have your non-construction costs, which is the overhead associated with it. So you have architecture, engineering, you have the project manager, and that added in about 15 million. So you come to 95 million. And then you had a general contingency of about 5%. Included in the hard costs at the ed plan estimate was a cost for escalation. You see it up there. It's on the fourth or fifth line, 5.3 million. So it was at that point a 9% escalator, and that's what's allowed, or what the assumption is for how much costs of materials and labor would increase between when you're making this budget estimate and when you're actually going to build the building. So this one was done, the ed plan was done in February of 2021. The current one is updated in, the escalation was updated in November of 2021. So a couple of months have gone by there. And so you can see the decrease in the amount of projected future escalation went from 9 to about 5.8%. So that's one of the things that came down, but it's also meaning that they have more certainty in the actual base construction costs. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yeah.
So the evolution of time changes some of these categories, if you will. If you look at current, so current we're at 102.8 in the total. And that includes now a new item, which is a 2.5% bid contingency. So the building committee, as suggested by their member from the select board, wanted to add a 2.5% bid contingency in response to concerns about inflation. And so the folks who did this estimate in the current column, again, assumed some escalation in pricing. It's about 5.8%. The building committee wanted to add 2.5% on top of that. So the categories are the same. There really isn't a whole lot different, other than, as I say, the evolution of time, which affected the contingencies and the escalation. That's really what happened. So we were at 100 million back in February. We're now at 102.8. And they're going to round that when tomorrow night, when they talk about it, you'll hear them talk about 102.816. That's the number that they're going to come forward with. The number that's in the warrant is higher than that because they hadn't finished their work essentially on the number at the time the warrant needed to be printed. So they went with an estimate, which was 103.7. So the numbers are bouncing around a little bit, but they aren't moving that far apart. So I'll stop there and see if there are questions in terms of the difference. You can see there's not much difference in the square footage, which is a main driver of the construction costs. And then reserves are up, right? So we've added $2 million in contingency. So you have the escalation reserve that's there for 3.7. You have design and estimating contingency, which is 6.3 million. And you have the 5% contingency general of about another 5 million. So it's about 13 million or so in contingency in the current number. It's not small.
Chris, I had a question, and this is more, I think, just to confirm what I understand. So it appears that the costs have increased about $3 million, the 2.8 million, right? After all the puts and takes.
Yes.
I also see, though, that between February and December, the base construction costs increased, I think I calculated about 8.8% or 9%. And I'm assuming that's because of everything we've been hearing, because of supply chain and labor costs going up. Is that why? Or
it's two things. Dean, you can correct me if I get this wrong. I'd say it's two things. One is a better picture, right? So before it was square footage times a number. This is two independent people taking all of the information and figuring out what's it really going to cost to build it. So it's a better estimate of labor and materials combined with inflation. You're exactly right. It's both.
Because I did it on a per square footage basis, and the number went from 411 per square foot to 447.
Dean, do you have any insight on that beyond what I've said?
So beyond what you said, I think that's fair, and that's what I kind of assumed was going on. Okay. So my only point, I think, is it seems that the current number now includes or factors in a substantial portion of the expected increase that we're expecting to see. On top of that, they've kept a 5.8% contingency, on top of which the select board added another 2 million at the bottom.
Right. So what, as I understand it, right? So the 5% contingency general, And the design and estimated contingency now at 10%
Yep.
are pretty standard on
Yes.
projects like this. If this had been a remodel, Parashar, where there could be more unknowns, you know, you might discover something. I think those reserves could be higher, but those two amounts are very standard. The 2.5%.
I'm not arguing with them. All
No,
I'm
I know,
saying-
I'm just saying that's how they came up with it.
Yeah, and I guess I'm
Yeah.
just saying that from my perspective, as I look at this is pretty good number. Not surprised, and frankly, I wouldn't be surprised if the 102 came in closer to 100. That's all I'm saying. That's it. Thank you. And
So
thank
if
you.
if you're looking at this on an apples to apples basis, I would look at the first blue total at the bottom, 99,951 versus 100,9,796. Those are the comparables.
Yeah.
The select board is just risk averse, and they would like to see additional money put into the bond authorization in the event that the bid comes back way outside of what the estimators even contemplate.
I think this
So
is.
that's all it
spot on.
is.
And just to be clear, Parashar, that 2 million in bid contingency can only be used at the bid.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
I think this is great, and thank you.
Once the
Dean.
bid comes in, that will, anything that isn't consumed in that 2 million will evaporate and
Will
not.
evaporate. It doesn't get moved around. Yeah.
I get it. I think this is good, and thank you, Dean, for putting this together in a clear way. We've been swimming in numbers the last 2 years, and
Yeah.
this really just solidifies kind of where we are. So
Yeah.
I'm very comfortable with this, and as I said, I think it'll probably come in closer to the 100 million versus 103.
Okay, I can't see everybody because I'm sharing, so shout out if I don't see your hand up. If there are
If
any
you
other
put
questions.
your hand up with the little raised hand, you'll pop up into the visual field.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. I don't see anybody else with questions on this. If not, I'm going to move on. Okay, so let me go back here. Okay, so that was the first question. The other question was about what costs were excluded. So a few people had costs on this. So I know Dee, you had a question on landscaping and fields. The answer came back that those were included. So the numbers that I just showed you include those. I also was asked to go back and figure out, well, what's not included. So you can see an excerpt from an email, a communication to myself and one of the co-chairs of the project on what is out. Everybody can see that?
Yeah.
So I know I asked about utility hookups, networking. I asked, I think, all the things you talked about, and you can see what came back is the reconstruction of the lower field at Sanborn and then Peabody. So Peabody by itself is not dealt with. So if there's any cost associated with taking it down or something with the fields, that's not covered. And then, as we know, as we've heard from, or I've heard plenty of time, the photovoltaic array and the canopies is not included. So it is solar ready in the sense that I think that the roof will have some prelim work done so it could take photovoltaic equipment, but that cost, the cost of solar is not in here. And you can see the description up above. When I ask about that, you can see the answer there very clearly. It's net zero ready and it's roof ready, but it is not in. I also pursued with the town manager to see if I could find out anything else with respect to progress on solar or where they had figured out what they want to do. And this, from my understanding, is part of so the reply was no, there is no other information for you to have with respect to the cost of this. But it's the light plant is looking at, apparently they need more details in order to figure out what it would cost and the batteries that they would need. And they also have to figure out how they would pay for it because they're going to be making some assumptions about what energy would be given to the school versus what would go back to the grid and how the ratepayers are going to absorb that. So those are, I think, very important questions. I think tomorrow there may be some more discussion of that, but there is, as of this moment, there is no other information in terms of cost, and that is not included in the project. So I think I I garbled that enough that you might have some questions on that.
I mean, there are enough, I mean, the town knows these things. There are enough solar programs that, you know, it doesn't all have to be bought up front.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't get into that discussion here, but there are programs.
I have heard that before. I have heard that from many people, Kathy. So I think others have that same question as to why it cannot be estimated now. So
Do you think they,
yeah, Mary.
you think they'd at least be able to say that the impact to the cost of the school would be neutral? Could they at least commit to that?
It's a good question tomorrow night to ask. So I would think you should bring it up.
Having done some similar work in Holliston when we were looking at this, it really depends on the path they choose, whether they're going to own it or whether they're going to.
Right.
And then the terms differ years and all that. So once you make that decision and then you figure out the terms, that's when you can really figure out what the cost is. So I think it's reasonable for them to say, we don't know yet, right?
Right, but Parashar, do you agree that there are programs that, you know, we could lease the array and be paying for it with the electricity?
Yes, there are, but here's the other factor, right? A lot of these are tied to state and federal credits and stuff, and those are constantly changing. So if they're not going to sign anything for another year or two, it's hard for them to know what that landscape's going to look like in a couple of years. So
yeah, but we're a municipality. We don't get those. We don't get those credits. So, and in terms of buying or lease, they've said they want to buy.
And that's fine. And the prices keep going down. So again, you know,
yeah,
I think you're expecting some of this 2 years from now.
Right. But in terms of, so, oh, go ahead. Sorry.
It's just changing a lot. So I
yeah,
it's unreasonable.
Okay. All right. Peggy.
Yes, I know what the light board has done in the past, and they put out a request for proposal for a solar array. I agree with Parashar. I mean, things are so crazy right now in terms of energy pricing. You know, you might, and construction costing. So I think it's reasonable not to expect them to have a number right now. If it's solar ready, you know, the school committee or the town or whoever can put out an RFP later, and it should be cost neutral.
That would be the hope. I mean, I think that's what people will be interested in, right? You don't want to end up with a surprise.
Yes.
2 years down the, that's all people worry about, I think, is, hey, what?
Well, yeah, what we really don't want is a surprise where we build it and then we can't sell the power, or it's
right.
blah, blah, blah.
Right,
So,
or the batteries cost a whole lot more than we thought, you know, whatever it is.
yeah,
The cost
Yeah.
per kilowatt hour is quite high, just based on, you know.
it's really hard to predict right now.
So, okay, that's what we know on solar. I want to go to the debt term options. So we had a lot of questions about, as you remember, we had a big discussion in our long-term planning meeting about potential options on how this debt would be financed and the implications to the median tax bill. We sent that letter to the head of the school committee and the head of the select board with our recommendations. Carrie obviously was there and heard them. And I know since then, she's done some other work and has had a few changes in her own assumptions. And Carrie, I'm going to turn it over to you if you can walk us through where we are and where you are now in terms of a recommended debt term and interest rate.
Sure. If you could stop sharing, I'll.
Yes, I am so happy to stop sharing. I'm looking for my present. Oh, okay. All right. So I'm not going to walk through the whole of the presentation for tomorrow night. I'm just going to show you a couple of slides. Okay. So this has been updated for the new amount, 102.816 million. It's also been updated to include the fiscal 22 median value, which is 971,000
$200. So here, if you can see my cursor, the base assumption is the same, 20 years level debt issued over 4 years. Now that we're getting closer to having the project approved, I went back to our financial advisor and said, could you give us a better estimate on interest rates? And he said, for a 20-year level debt, we should assume between 2.5% to 3.5%. And this would be issued over a period of 4 years. So in the first year, the assumption is 2.5%. And then he is assuming 3.5% for each of the 4 issues, each of the other 3 years in the 4-year issue. That equates to $1,020 at median each year over the 20 years. You had quite a discussion about should we be looking at 25 years or 30 years? If we were to do this same, finance the same amount over 20 years level debt, the interest rate assumption increases to 2.75 to 3.75%. And that is because it's more expensive for us to issue debt over a 25-year period versus a 20-year period. But the impact at median is a reduction of $118. So that would bring the 1,020 down to 901 or 902. If we were to carry that out to 30 years, the interest rate assumption goes up to 3 to 4%, but it saves $185 per year at median. Are there any questions about that?
Carrie, I have a question.
Sure.
In your opinion, what would be the adverse effect of a 25-year and a 30-year debt?
So
in total, with all of the other debt that we have.
So the issue is the increase in interest cost that is paid over the life of the debt. It's not insignificant. I don't have that number in front of me, but I can look it up. The second really is the impact that the longer term has on the town's ability to do other capital projects.
Right, okay. And do you have any way of assessing that at the 25-year and the 30-year? Like, what kind of an impact are we talking about? Is it, we can't, I don't know, build a shed, or we can't put in a new facility for safety, or?
Well, in 30 years, we're gonna be.
No,
building-
I'm asking Carrie, like, her opinion of it.
So I think.
I'm sorry, Peggy, I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off. I just wanted Carrie's opinion of it.
So I think this picture is probably helpful. This is modeling our existing debt and laying on top of that the middle school project at 25 years. And so you can see down here, our existing debt, this is the town. In fiscal 30, our existing exempt debt is paid off, just the town. The gray is Minuteman, orange is the district. And so it really is just a matter of how much the taxpayer wants to bear in terms of additional tax for capital projects. Where this is not a declining payment for the next 20 to 30 years, anything that we want to do in terms of large capital exempt is just going to add.
Yeah. So, okay, all right. So we're talking pushing projects out maybe further if we're talking a 30-year debt, or are we talking moving them closer? How do you see that?
Well, I think it would be very difficult to add anything in before fiscal 30 from a taxpayer's perspective.
Yeah.
The goal is the public safety, public works facilities, all of the other various facility needs. Are they going to hold until fiscal 30? You know, that's still quite a ways out, and there definitely are some pretty significant needs. They're certainly not going to hold past fiscal 30.
Okay, Dee, are you all set?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, Greg?
I think this is a good graph. Is this part of your presentation?
It is. I think the only thing that I would mention here is this area up here. This is, we're talking about smoothing the peak years of the project. This is the use of stabilization fund. And then laid on top of that is the use of the operational reserves to service a portion of the debt.
Yep. So you can see how important that 5 million is, guys,
That's
right?
5 million, I think, built into that assumption, that smoothing.
It is, which we don't have yet, right? So we've got
That's
3
right.
million. Greg,
We'll
what's your-
find it. We'll
Okay,
find
hold
it.
Hold on. Greg, what's your question?
You're muted, Greg.
Sorry, who makes the ultimate decision on borrowing terms?
Good question.
Not us.
So
Carrie, you want to answer that one?
Sure. Typically, it is the select board and the treasurer that set the terms of borrowing, but they can be set, the maximum term can be set by town meeting.
But that's not what we have traditionally done, nor is it what you would recommend, am I right?
Right, it is not, so on this slide here, this is the question up here, how will the debt term be decided? So the two options, the issue with having town meeting set the terms is that if there are changing market conditions, it's very difficult because you would potentially have to go back to town meeting to get a different authorization.
And town meeting is not an informed body with respect to, I think, debt term and interest rate conversations. So I think that it just doesn't feel to me like that's the right place to make that call. So
Well,
that's my own personal opinion, but.
No, and if
Okay, hold on. So Greg, we answered your question, right?
You did. Thank you very much.
Carrie, go back, take us back to where you're going.
Well, hold on.
So I want to get through the conversation of the 25, 30, 20 with this group, okay?
So my question is, tomorrow night, are we anticipating having this conversation about various terms? Because, you know, we're opening a can of worms that we're not expecting the town meeting to be negotiating on.
Right.
You know, so
Yeah.
why are we
Well,
opening this can?
Well, we're opening the can because it was already opened, right, by FinCom, right? So
Yep.
so FinCom, this is the conversation we had. I think the CFO has a different proposal where she's going to talk about how she might want to use stabilization. And I don't know, Carrie, if you're going to talk about 25 years or not. So I want the CFO to sort of talk to us about her view. We gave her our view. I want her view.
Sure. So again, here, if we went with a 25-year level debt, that would bring the impact down to 902. And then I've modeled everything else, assuming we would go with the 25-year debt. So we have the elementary school debt was all based on 20-year equal principal. The high school is 25-year equal principal. Minuteman really has a combination of everything, but each of those projects, except for Willard, had MSBA participation. So that was obviously a big impact to the overall cost. Because we are looking to finance this 100% locally, I think it does make sense to look at level debt. And I think it makes sense to look at 25 years. So I have modeled everything from this point forward, assuming that we would go with 25 years, not 30 years. And I know the finance committee looked at that.
But that's all right. So just tell us why you like 25 years.
Well, I think we have somewhat of a precedent. The next largest project that we have done is the high school. And again, that had significant MSBA participation. And so it does make sense. This is a very large project to model that on 25 years. There is no negative impact from our bond rating perspective, assuming that we're still a very strong credit and assuming that we continue to be fiscally responsible and prudent, and we maintain our reserve levels at least the minimum of a AAA rated community, which is 5% in reserves. We should not expect to see any negative impact to our bond rating as a result of taking on this additional debt. So I think given that, it makes sense because of the magnitude of the project to look at the 25-year term.
Okay. I think that's a reasonable argument. And I think you also had, you had another chart, Carrie, that showed 25-year plus targeted use of the stabilization and how that gave you a pretty level load on debt service.
So this chart up here is if we were to use, if we had 5 million and we were to apply it equally, it would save about $178,000 per year. But because of our existing debt that up here on the top, we're in fiscal 22, it's not until fiscal 30 that the elementary school debt is fully satisfied. It makes sense based on the cash flow analysis that we have from the OPM at this point in the building committee, that we're going to be permanently financing debt at different rates throughout fiscal 23 to 26. And so we would apply the use of stabilization fund targeted so that we can keep this bottom line impact as to level as possible.
Yep. So the big bump is in 24 and we go up about $350 in 24. If we did it this way, if you had 25-year debt and you did a targeted spreading of the 5 million, so you'd have
right so down here on the bottom.
Right. So you'd be about 400, and my estimate is your median at that point is maybe 14,500. So that's not too bad. So that's before an operating growth. That would say the growth in debt service to the median tax bill is about maybe 2 3/4 or 3% compared to doing nothing, which leaves you at 6 to 7%. So it takes it more than half. That's a pretty good story, I think.
And the graph is quite.
I think this is the key slide for us right here, because our concern was really about what's it going to do to the median tax bill and how do you control it? If you can't lower cost and you can't move it time-wise, you also have some savings. I don't know if you built the savings in here or not, but I know, Carrie, there also is an opportunity for savings from the middle school and perhaps some other revenue, but without that, this is what the numbers look like.
Right, and that's, so assuming operational savings.
Carrie, can you just go, I'm sorry, can you go back to the previous slide for a minute? Thank you. Just
Sure.
kind of looking at what happens. Okay.
Yeah, you want to, Parashar, go ahead.
Yep, no, thank you. I just want to see the change from 23 to 24.
Okay, Lois, you had a question?
Yeah, does this mean that we have a little more time to generate the full balance of the stabilization fund?
Absolutely. We certainly have the next 3 years to do that.
Okay, so we could set a goal for 5 million and we should make some good dents in it now before this hits, but we do have some time to build up those savings and still get the full benefit. So
We do.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, I think that's a very good observation. We do.
Chris, I actually had another question. So, and Dean might know the answer to this. What is the life expectancy of the new middle school?
50 years.
50?
50.
Okay. The reason I say that is because of that, I'd probably lean towards 30 years versus 25 years, but that's all. Thank you.
I think the debt capacity issue, or, that kind of moves me a little bit, but I like extending it a bit, but 25 is okay for me. Amrith?
Maybe I don't understand something here. It says FY25, you're going to use 328 from stabilization and those numbers in future years. That number comes from taxes which are potentially levied in 22, 23, and 24, which we save and put in stabilization fund. So my question to you is this: is this a real saving? Is this a real balancing? Because in order to get 328K in FY25, you're taxing me in FY23.
That's correct. That's where it comes from. All of this is tax money. It's not a savings, it's a smoothing.
Well, it's not a smoothing. It's not a smoothing.
It's a yes, it is. It's a smoothing, right? So we taxed you earlier, we didn't spend it, and here it comes back, right? So we're using it. It just smooths the hit.
But I think you're accounting the 328 in year FY25 when you're actually taxing me for it in 23 and 24.
Right, but to comment on that, approximately 3 million if the overlay account comes through.
Well, no, wait a minute.
3 million have already been taxed in prior years.
Right.
They're already in the bank.
Right. And so we're not, it's only if we don't spend it on something else, Amrith, right? So if we get free cash, this is what goes back to what Peggy was saying, right? If you end up with surplus, take it. Don't spend it, give it back through this to avoid raising taxes later. It's just smoothing.
Right.
That's all it does.
Well, I'll try one more time. Maybe I didn't get it across. I think the issue I'm having is with the idea of where this 328 comes, whether it comes from stabilization or it comes from some other thing. It was tax. We were taxed for it.
Absolutely.
So the smoothing is, the reason why I'm questioning this is because the numbers 977, 1013, and 1370 underrepresent the tax which I will be paying in years 22, 23, and 24 by the amounts 328, 224, 89, and 70 respectively, because that's where that money came from.
Well, some of it's already there. You've got 3 million of the 5 million in your pocket
3/5 of it
today.
has already been taxed.
Right? That came from a couple prior years, so it's fungible.
So Chris,
You understand the concept of debt stabilization reserves? This is how they work, right? So this is not Concord's invention, right? That's how they work.
I think the issue that Amrith has is how we're characterizing.
Yes.
That's all. So, and I agree. So this is a matter of optics. And I think that's what Amrith is simply pointing out. Is it's a matter of optics, because basically the totals down below don't represent the true impact of what.
Yes. Yes, that's true. That's true. That's true. It's the mechanics of how a stabilization reserve works. That's right.
So the bottom number should not be total estimated impact. It is total estimated levy towards the school in this year. The impact is higher. The impact is higher by 328 plus 224 plus 89 plus 70, because that's money which was taxed for something else, which you didn't use on those other things. I'm questioning the label, maybe.
Okay.
Thank you, Parashar. That's a better way of putting it.
It's the optics.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah.
Dean.
Okay.
I guess my point on to respond a little bit is that the conservative accounting that we do generates a surplus each year. And the question is, what are we going to do with that surplus? Each year we find things to do with it. We might fund an affordable housing complex at Junction Village, which has taken a couple of $1 million. Or we might find, so there are things that we do with the surplus that we generate, which are extraordinary things. We are kind of counting on the surplus that we generate to underwrite these future years. But we are fundamentally accounting in a somewhat conservative manner that generates a certain surplus on a regular basis. So, I don't think that this is adding to, we're not becoming more conservative so that we're generating more free cash. We're just doing what we regularly do, but we're saying that the free cash we're generating in these near-term years, we're going to kind of cuff that aside and put it in an account, waiting for, a rainy day for this. That's all. I just, yes, we were taxed, but that seems to be, part of our basic vibe here is that we have a somewhat conservative approach that generates a little surplus each year.
Okay. So that's the argument for 25. So Carrie, so that's what what are you gonna say tomorrow night? Are we even gonna, are you just gonna, I suppose we're not necessarily gonna have to deal with it, but I'm just thinking about what we put in our FinCom report.
Exactly.
We had
I've watched
assumed
this
the 20 years.
presentation. I'm like, well, we got to go back.
I know. I'm like, okay, we got
Yeah,
to change those numbers. So
gotta change it. If that's the recommendation, we should probably.
yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
So if that's your recommendation as CFO, then I think we'll move it to that because we'll talk about it. I want to make sure the committee's okay with it, but if we are, the other question that I wanted you to address, Carrie, was we talked a lot about having a potential 5-year option because we have this strange peak like from 25 to 30. And I know you did a little work on that. Could you just speak to that for a minute? Because I know that was a question a number of people had. People thought we could refinance perhaps after 5 years and maybe that's when Peabody would become available. We had a little dialogue about that as well.
Sure. So municipal debt, anything that's issued for a period of 20 years or more has a standard call procedure at year 10. And that means that at year 10 or after, the debt could be refinanced. If you put in a call provision that is non-standard, so we had talked about 5 years, that a non-standard provision, it negatively impacts the interest rate. So the interest rate is going to go up because these bonds are tax exempt. So purchasers, this is an investment for them and they want to be guaranteed certain earnings on this investment. And so there is a cost in interest rate to have a non-standard call procedure. The second item to keep in mind is that under state law, if you refinance municipal debt, there has to be a cost savings. So you cannot, like with your mortgage, you can refinance because you want a lower payment. That may be an option. You can't do that with municipal debt unless you can show a savings in interest cost. So it is unlikely that we could start at 25 years and then be able to prove an interest rate savings or cost savings to reissue at a 30-year. I mean, that's just not going to happen.
Okay. Anybody have questions on that? So do you know, do you have an idea what the premium would have been anyway? How much more in interest we would pay? They didn't give you an amount.
It's really difficult. And our financial advisor will be at the meeting tomorrow. And I'd be happy to let him take a stab at that question. I'm sure it's going to come up. And he's not going to give a very definitive answer because we're talking about things in the future. And I mean, you can see the best I could get him to say was 2.5 to 3.5% interest rate. And that seems pretty high, pretty conservative as well.
Okay.
I-
So I think those were all the questions that we had. So now I want to kind of get a sense from the group if we're now in a better place, right? So we had a lot of questions. I think the stabilization reserve idea is a good one. That one I think is going to be adopted. I think 25 years for me personally is better than 20. It does lower the peak a little bit here, and that helps the taxpayer. And I think with the targeted use of that stabilization reserve, it brings the impact way down, which I think it'll make it much more consumable for taxpayers. Because remember, that increase is just what's coming in from debt service, right? It doesn't count what's coming in from operating. So as we did this year, you're at 3.3. You'd be at 5, 6, 7, 8% in that big hit year. So that was my big concern. But I want to hear from others, or Mary, others. I want to hear how you're
Chris.
feeling now. Yeah,
Yeah.
Mary.
Chris, the slide that we show where we smooth out that big hit, does that assume that 548,000 operational savings that the schools projected, or?
It ends up to be $76, so it's not a lot on the median tax bill. I don't know if it's in there or not. That's
Is it
not
in
a
there,
big
Carrie?
investment.
It is in there,
There's a
but
small slice in there.
It's real small.
Yeah, but I think we should continue
Yeah.
to give it visibility, or
No, absolutely.
we'll just forget about it. So it's there. Good, thank you.
Dean.
I think he's first.
Oh, Emma,
He
okay,
got it
Emma.
ahead of me, but
Oh, either way.
I'll go anyway.
Go ahead.
So I'll voice this. I think if we're going to go to 25 years with a $5 million stabilization fund, that we should consider our standard, which is to have declining annual payments by level principal. I did a little modeling and found that you could do a nice smoothing that cuts up to maybe a little over $900, and then because the balance is declining, you hit a point at which it's declining for everybody. It just keeps going down. You're not just edging up to 1,400 and then leveling off for the rest of the time. So I feel as though if we're going to use a 25-year model, we might want to consider our standard, which is just level principal. That's all. I just feel as though,
Yep.
it models in a nice way where you not only you shave the peak, but when you get to that, you come to a lower point, and then it starts to go down for the taxpayer. So I just feel like it can be done.
Yeah, well, it certainly helps with capacity, right? So it helps a little
It
bit
helps
with
with
capacity.
you're building capacity as you're
Yeah.
getting farther out on the tail. Yeah, all of it.
How do you think about that one, Carrie? Is that something you might look at, or did you already look at what it would do if we had, with this new scenario, a little bit lower interest rate and so forth?
right. So, I'm not a taxpayer in town. And so it is difficult to say one versus the other. They all make sense. It is very common across the state that school building projects, because of the magnitude of them, that they are financed using level debt payment. In Concord, one of the reasons why we are a AAA rated community is because we amortize our debt fast, and we model everything on equal principle. So we certainly can do a model with equal principle, and that does resolve the issue, or not resolve it, but it certainly helps with the issue of potentially not having capacity. But it is hard for me as a non-taxpayer to say it should be equal principal or level debt. They both make sense.
Okay.
Could I
Well-
share my screen briefly to show how I modeled? the chart?
I don't want to do that, Dean, if that's
Okay,
okay.
fine.
So
It's
I've
fine.
seen it. I've seen it.
Fair
So
enough.
here's the thing. So I think that, again, we're not going to decide this. We gave some, you know, to Carrie and the select board some ideas. This is, you know, she's refining it, as we can see. Some things have changed. Dean has another idea as a way to think about it, but these are the right ideas, right? Because they're all pointing in the right direction. You have a couple of different levers that you have. You have stabilization reserve, you have the term of the debt, but the focus, and I think this is the focus of the select board as well, is how do we come up with an answer that works for people, but doesn't you know, tie the town in a way that hurts capacity. So I think they're going to have to weigh these factors when they think about them. And perhaps in our report, we'll talk about the fact, and I think we do, Dean, we say, look, there's a couple different factors here and the
there's a
town's
paragraph
considering
in
them.
there.
Yeah, so I don't think we have to decide it in terms of, you know, we have to make a decision this evening. That's not what I wanted. I wanted you to hear back that people are thinking about it, that there is a way for us to lower the tax impact. It's not going to just come pounding through at what was 1,024. There are ways to get there. So that's what I wanted us to talk about tonight and for you to hear before the hearing, so you'd have a sense for what the impact could be. There's a range of options as we hit the taxpayer, and also for you to make sure you were familiar with the cost. Are there any issues with what we've heard tonight that you want to bring up? Or you want me to bring up in particular tomorrow? So you'll all have an opportunity to ask questions in this format tomorrow. But if there are things that either about the overall cost, so we can talk about that for a second, we went through it. But at the 102.816, they're a little above where I wanted them to be, right? I really would have liked to come down to 100 below, you know, 100 or below without the add of the bid. Even with the add of the bid, I would have liked to come in at 100, but I think we are where we are, and I think it's close enough to what the town asked for, even though it's at the top of the range. So I'm not opposed to their number, but I'm curious whether if we took a straw poll now, because tomorrow night, after we hear what the public has to say, we're going to vote on the article, right? So we need to recommend that article or say no action. So I'd like to sort of know where we are as a group tonight as we head into the hearing, where we'll hear the presentation. But I think you know most of that. It's really going to be the input from the public. We're going to hear from the public as to how do they feel about it, both the tax impact as well as the cost, and obviously the building that will be coming out of it. So I see some hands up. So I don't know who was first. Parashar?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So, you know, for me, tomorrow is an opportunity to hear from the public. I've been on the FinCom now, I think 2.5 years. We've heard lots and lots of debate, discussion, choices made, choices not made, input provided, input given late, all that kind of stuff. And I'm fairly comfortable with where things landed. $100 million is a lot of money, but I think the school committee, the building committee, certainly Carrie and others that have been providing input, made some rational decisions, balanced a lot of interests, and we are where we are. And do I like to see, you know, taxes going up by a couple $1,000s? No, but at the end of the day, I feel like, you know, frankly, we're living on the shoulders of others that paid money to put in a new high school, new infrastructure around town, adds value to the houses and the homes we live in. And for that reason, you know, I'm perfectly comfortable supporting the warrant and going out and building a new high school at this level, Chris. I think it's the right thing. You can't be penny wise, pound foolish.
Thank you, Parashar. Amrith. You're on mute, I think.
Sorry. Has there been any precedent to setting aside future stabilization money to pay down? This has been done before, so this is not
Yes.
going to be a net new thing. Okay.
No, it's not new. They've done it for all the other major buildings that they've had on the school side. I think so. I've seen at least 2 in the history that I looked at.
So while they were budgeting it, they planned ahead and said some amount of stabilization money is going to be used in year
Yep.
2 and 3. Perfect. Thank
Yes, before they started the projects. Yep, Dean.
Simple question, for the committee to think about, and that is that we asked them to stay at within 100. The select board asked them to stay within 100. They're close. And I just want everybody to understand that there are 3 remaining items left, and they're big ticket items that are left on their value management list. One is that they have not understood fully what they're going to do with all the excavated soils and dirt. So that is hundreds of thousands of dollars that could swing, to the positive. Right now, they're expecting to ship 75% of the soils off the site. And then when they need to backfill the foundation and then regrade the fields and everything, they're going to buy topsoil, they're going to buy fill and backfill. That's a very expensive thing so that's hundreds of thousands of dollars. There's a small $100 and something thousand that they don't know the answer to, which is whether or not the water service can provide enough pressure for fire. That's $125,000. And there's several $100,000 worth of acoustic buffering that may need to be put on the roof that's been budgeted, but might not need to be put on the roof. So I'd love to see this thing come in at actually 100. And I need them to understand that it should work. They should keep working at these 3 remaining value management items to try to bring it in at what the town asked them to do. That's all. That's my comment.
No, I think it's an excellent point. And as you know, there has been that conversation with them already. And I will definitely be bringing that up tomorrow, that our hope is you keep going, right? So if there's room to bring this thing down, you bring it down. And I know they have that message from me and from you, Dean, and I think from others, but you're right, it will be brought up again tomorrow. Mary.
Well, I think I agree with Parashar that tomorrow night is really us listening to the public and taking that as input. I think we asked them to stay within 100 million and they did. It was the select board that brought the cost over. And that, again, if the bids don't come in higher than the 100 million, then we'll get that money back. So as far as I'm concerned, I feel comfortable that the building committee has done a good job in bringing it in at what we asked them to.
Okay, Lois.
Yeah, I basically agree with what Mary just said. It's been a thoughtful process. It's had its own tensions from what I've seen from my perspective here with various presentations. And the other 2 middle schools are falling apart. The town needs a new way to educate kids in that age range. So at this point, I can't see the point in second guessing a process that's gone on this long and been that thoughtful and that well documented. Our individual things that we might have preferred to see done differently aren't relevant at this point. They came in close to the number that they were asked for, and they're filling a very important need that has been, according to the people I know who had kids go through those middle schools, has been a real need for quite some time. So I'll be interested to hear what the public has to say tomorrow. But my level of comfort with the concept has increased over time, even though I'm not thrilled to see this kind of massive debt being taken on.
Yeah,
But
the timing of it is, and it goes back, and that may be one of the other points I can make tomorrow night is about long-term capital planning, right? And so if this could have been planned to hit 5 years later, when the high school was coming down further and all the elementary school stuff was done, that would have made a whole lot more sense. But that's not what happened. So the capital planning, even though the horse is out of the barn a little bit, it's still important to remember that the fact that that could have saved us here a little bit. We are where we are.
True, that's a good point.
D.
I really don't have anything more to add than what everyone else has said, other than I would hate to see this project not go forward at this time, that it not be voted positively, because we can't afford to wait another 2 years to start all over again. And so that's the only thing I want to add. I really fully support this project and hope it passes.
Okay, thank you. Kathy? You have anything to add or say? It's okay. You don't have to. I just want to get a sense from folks.
Nothing to add today.
Okay, great. Peggy?
I'll second Kathy.
Okay. Eric?
Thing to add, I support it, but I have an open mind, interested in hearing public input tomorrow.
Yep. I think that's important because the cost impact is going to, we've been dealing with it now, so we're a little bit over the sticker shock. It'll be interesting to see how the town reacts to it. We'll see tomorrow night. Greg, anything to add? I know I'm not supposed to add you. That's right. Sorry.
So I think I'm valid for the discussion of the finance, but I don't, as we know, I don't want to talk about the middle school that much, so I won't add much.
Okay, I understand.
I will chime in now. I am for the school, but from the time I entered this committee last year and learned that we did not pursue state money, that's always going to stick with me. That's so.
It's a pretty big decision, right?
Dean, can you correct that though? We did pursue it, correct?
We did. We pursued it 4 times and we didn't get it.
Right.
That's correct. They're going to talk about that tomorrow night too, Kathy.
Okay.
So,
I can't
and if
wait.
they don't, you should ask, but you should ask, right?
Okay.
Okay. Amrit, did I hit you already? Or I can't remember if you're on my screen on the right now.
No, you didn't, but I had nothing to say. I had a question. I asked it. I want to hear what the community has to say about the school. I've been past the old school, and I definitely agree that we need a new one for the kids who are going to be in this town for the next 50 years. I definitely hope that we get a new one. How we pay for it is, of course, a different question.
Okay, well, yeah, well, that's what we're going to talk about tomorrow night, right? So we're gonna the article is on levying or raising the debt, right? And we're gonna vote as a committee of whether we support that to special town meeting. We're gonna say this is what we think you should do, or we don't. So that's what we'll do. We'll do that tomorrow night. The only other thing was we sent you.
Parashar has his hand up there.
Oh, I'm sorry, Parashar. Sorry, go ahead.
From the time I was on the long-term debt planning committee, you might, if you don't have a copy of the report from about 10 or 12 years ago, where we last did the infrastructure review, you might want to look at that, because I think they talked about needing to replace the high school right around this time.
Yep.
So to say it should have been done, the lack of a process. So just be a little bit to go over that.
But they didn't do it.
Sorry?
They didn't do it.
Well, to take a look at that report, because the timing of the events actually coincide very close to what's actually played out, despite the fact that there wasn't a planning process.
Yeah, well, did they look at the debt? I don't know.
I know, so just,
okay.
my only point is just be careful on.
Yeah, I get it. I know that's a fair point.
Okay. Yeah.
Okay, so the only other thing is we will produce a report, just like FinCom produces a report for the annual town meeting. For a special town meeting, we produce a report. So Dean and Lois have been doing very good work on drafting something, which I sent out. And is somebody talking?
I am.
Oh, sorry. So you have a draft that has to be issued by, I think, December 29th. So if you have comments on that, you haven't seen, there's a few more, as I said, from tonight, we may monkey around a bit with some of the numbers that we put in there. But if you have questions or comments on those, why don't you send them to, let's see, should we send them to you, Dean, or send them to me?
Send them to me, that's fine.
Send them to Dean. And we'll, but if hopefully you've had a chance to look at it, I think it's a good report. It's pretty simple. It's pretty straightforward. And if you have issues or questions with it, now's a good time to raise your hand if there's something really bothering you. Yes, Amrith.
It would be easier if we got a doc rather than a PDF. I can mark up the PDF and send it back, but it
You're
will be
well,
harder.
I'm welcome. I'm happy to send you the docx file. That's fine. Yeah, Amber, if I can send that out.
Thanks.
Dean, why don't you send it out to everybody?
Sure, no problem.
Agree.
Okay, and again, we're not looking for wordsmithing, right? We're looking for, this concept is left out. You know what I'm saying? So we're not going to have 14 wordsmithers, right? We have what we are interested in, concepts or questions, things you think aren't clear or aren't included. Okay.
After 5 years, you're making that point, Chris? You're expecting a result?
I am still trying. Okay. I think that was all that we had. I'm gonna see if there's any public comment at all.
I'm sorry, I have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes,
Are we
Peggy.
meeting next week, the 23rd?
At this point, we are not. I'm holding it in case we have to, but I don't think we are. So the whole reason of us trying to squish this in tonight was to avoid going into Christmas week. So I'm hoping we are not. So I will let you know. I think after we get through tomorrow, I'll have a better sense of where we are, but I'm hoping we're not.
Tomorrow's in person, right?
Tomorrow is in person, right? So I'd like you to show up a bit early. So yesterday I walked through the logistics. It was a run through yesterday. And last night there was, I don't know if anybody attended in person, there was a hearing related to, did you go, Lois, in person? And
No, I
how
didn't go
did
in
you
person.
find it? How
No,
did
I'm
you-
sorry, I didn't go in person. I went on.
Oh, okay.
I didn't.
Okay.
It was
But you
one
went-
thing
in person. I zoomed it. But
Yeah, I zoomed it.
No,
too. I was
zoomed
curious.
it.
Yeah, okay.
One problem that came up yesterday that we should be aware of is that some of the comments in the room were not audible over Zoom.
Right.
So people need to really be reminded continually to speak directly into the microphone, particularly if they're speaking through their masks, because otherwise the Zoom participants are not hearing it. So some of the comments were very difficult to hear.
Okay.
And the
That's
other
good
thing that
feedback, yeah.
didn't work was that they tried to do an interactive poll and
Yeah,
have people,
right.
that didn't work at all.
Oh,
But we're not trying anything like that.
no, we're not trying that.
Don't do that.
Yeah, don't do
Not
that.
trying that.
You know, one thing that I noticed is that there was no social distancing when the audience was sitting. They were
It's not
sitting
set
in
up for
chairs
that,
next
right.
to each other. Huh?
Right,
Yeah,
it's
it's not
not
good.
set up for that, exactly right.
It's
It
not
isn't.
going to be possible
It
unless
won't
there's
be
low
tomorrow
turnout.
either, yeah, if there's a big turnout, it won't be possible tomorrow either.
And there'll be a
Yep.
big turnout, I'm sure.
We'll see, we don't know. Greg,
Just a reminder, Chris, I'm not going to attend the hearing.
right, okay, but you
I
will
am
come,
going, I am going to try and tag team. And
right,
once Dawn does get home, I'm going to try and race down there and
Okay.
get down there. So just
Okay.
remember about that.
and I know,
If it breaks
Eric-
quorum, give me a call and I can do what I need to do to get quorum there, but hopefully you guys will have.
I
quorum.
think we'll have quorum, I think it'll be all right. Eric, did you find out about calling into the in-person session after the hearing?
I haven't. I am still very interested in doing that, though. If it's an
Okay.
option, I'd like to participate in both remotely.
Okay, so, well, did you talk to Carrie? So anyway, you can,
It happened last night. There were a couple of planning board members who, when they took the roll at the beginning, they counted some planning board members that were participating remotely.
That's right.
So
Yeah,
last
no,
night
that's
they
okay.
did.
But they were
no,
on
that-
Zoom.
hold on.
Weren't they on Zoom?
Yeah, that's
on
the
Zoom.
thing, right? These,
You were on
we're not gonna,
Zoom.
we don't have Zoom. The second meeting, we don't have Zoom. We don't have the ability to do it. So we're gonna be moving from the hearing room to the select board meeting
Okay,
where we will be videotaped, but we won't be Zoom. This is a real in-person meeting. But all that will happen is the vote on the article, which we public very soon thereafter anyway. So
okay.
if people want to come from the hearing, they're welcome to come, and we posted it as in person as well, but there is not Zoom. So we have two members who cannot come in person. So I'm trying to see if they can legally participate by telephone, but I don't know what facility we have. So Carrie, I'll talk to you tomorrow about that and see if we can figure it out. So show up a little early if you can, because I think it's gonna, we have to go to a certain part of the room. Make sure you bring a mask, so you don't have to, but masks are highly recommended in the townhouse. And given the inability to socially distance, I suggest you all wear masks tomorrow. I'll bring some extras just in case. And hopefully we'll have a good session. So it should be about, the presentation, as I understand it, is gonna be maybe 40 minutes, including Kerry, and they have some folks talking about sustainability. And I assume we'll have maybe an hour or so of questions. It just depends on what the degree of interest is with folks. So it probably is about a 2-hour, 2.5 hour session. And then we'll go into our meeting and we'll do pretty much what we just did here. We'll look at the article and we'll vote.
Are we starting at 6:30?
No, it's a 7 o'clock hearing. I would like you to be there about 15 minutes early if you can. If it's busy, you're going to have to get parking and a whole bunch of other things. So just think about that, right? That's why I'd like to get you there early so we don't have any issue with quorum, because this is a real meeting. I have to open the meeting. We have to take a roll call vote. So does the select board, so does the school committee, so does the building committee. So the beginning, there's going to be quite a bit of, admin before we actually kick it off. So. All right.
Might not have to go roll call if we're all there.
Right, we could just do I if we're all there, but we're gonna
Well,
have
there,
some
we
people
don't
on
even do
Zoom.
any of that. You just
There
open the
could be-
meeting.
I'm sorry?
If we're all there, you just open the meeting unless
Yeah.
somebody's actually participating remotely.
Right, so we might have that, so
I
think we do. I
the
think we
good old
have,
fashioned way.
Would it be
Yeah.
easier for you if I'm the only one who's going to be remote, that I
No.
just don't show up?
no, you do what you're supposed to do. Amrith, I'm perfectly fine with you coming in on remote, it's fine. Same thing with
Okay.
you, Eric, whatever you want to do.
Nice.
I mean, we can use a speakerphone. I mean, I've used my cell phone to conduct meetings.
Yep, that's perfectly
And
fine.
that's something we're looking at. We can do that as well. It's not ideal, right? It's hard
Right.
for the person to hear, but we can do that as well, right?
So,
Okay,
Chris, is
all
there
right.
anything- Chris, is there
Okay.
anything else? Is there anything else, Chris?
No,
Okay, can I
Motion to
just make
adjourn.
one comment?
yes,
First of all, I want to thank Carrie and Jared and Lori and Stephen for all the work they did in helping me muddle through the guideline process. It would have been much rougher had I not had their support and frankly, the support of the committee here, number one. And number two, I do want to congratulate Carrie. For those of you that haven't heard, she's been named interim
yay.
town manager. So wearing two hats until.
Congratulations, Carrie.
the
Is that
next-
congratulations or condolences,
Go
Terry?
Carrie.
Exactly, exactly. And your circumspection in answering all of Chris's direct questions was excellent.
You guys have given me terrific practice.
All right, sorry, Chris. Thank you.
okay, that's fine, good. All right, so I think we're all set then, so I'll take a motion to adjourn.
So
Oh.
moved.
Second.
Okay, I'll take a roll call on that, so Amrith,
Yes.
Christine Reynolds, yes. Parashar,
Yes.
Dee,
Yes.
Mary,
Yes.
Lois,
Yes.
Dean,
Yes.
Kathy,
Yes.
Peggy,
Yes.
Eric,
Yes.
Greg.
Yes.
We are adjourned. We'll see you all tomorrow night. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good night.